quite a few interesting issues to raise.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Frolic was actually just talking to us about how the approach that will be undertaken by both the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly in ensuring that they not only take into account the commitments that were made by the President in his 2023 State of the Nation address, they are also obviously going to be focusing on the 7 priorities. Within the ambit of the 7 priorities, all of the key announcements that were made by the President since 2019 to where we are right now. So critical year to consolidate for committees, and also he speaks about the data, the importance of using, data that is reliable and ensuring that they use information that speaks to the current development landscape in the country, and using that information in relation to commitments made to ensure that committees are able to do targeted and outcome-based oversight. As we can see that the members are still in the process of walking into the chamber, not quite having taken their seats yet. We can see there, Minister in the Presidency, a number of members who are obviously just moving in into the seating area to go and take their seats to get ready for this, this first day of the 2-day debate.
And Sibo, I had an opportunity to also speak to the House Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Joe Nyambi, who also just outlined the plans that the NCOP will embark on, having listened to having taken the cue from the President's State of the Nation address. We expect to see them in the next week or so, sitting for their strategic plans and then strategizing and planning for the year ahead. It's indicated that there might be 1 or 2 of their projects that they might need to carry into the 7th Parliament. But as you can see on your screen, members are getting seated, are getting ready for this debate that is scheduled to start any moment from now on. Absolutely. And we expect to hear quite a lot from, in particular, the position on the role of the Minister of Electricity, because Absolutely. That's one thing that they
really was very
last
topical.
week.
That was like such a topical issue, with a lot of political parties indicating that they don't think it is a good decision to make. But of course, the President is coming with innovative ideas and is trying his best to ensure that he puts solutions on the table. So for those who are saying that, okay, well, maybe it is not the appropriate decision to take, we will probably hear from the political parties what their counter proposals are with regards to addressing the energy crisis in the country.
And as the President outlined clearly, he outlined that, look, there is an action plan to deal with energy crisis. So yes. This announcement on the appointment of the Minister of Electricity is part of that action plan. You know, since, as you'd remember, he did provide a progress. A lot has been done, although a lot still needs to be done. But we hope to hear what will come out of today's debates.
And obviously we are poised to see to witness a very interesting first day of debates, especially with what happened last week. Those few disruptions before the President could actually deliver his address. So we can actually expect that there's going to be robust engagement from all 14 political parties that are represented in Parliament, as well as the special delegates that are coming through the NCOP list from the provincial legislatures as well, who will be participating in today's joint debate. There is, we can see the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honourable Ms. Sylvia Lucas, who is also walking towards the seat.
I think now we can just go to the House and follow the proceedings there.
Honorable members, all the honorable members, before we proceed with the debate of the State of the Nation address, I wish to remind all of us of Chapter 2A of the Joint Rules of Parliament, especially Part 1, which deals with order in joint sittings and the rules of debate. In this regard, I wish to highlight the following. Rules 14B states that no member shall converse aloud. Rule 14C states that no member shall interrupt another member while speaking except to call attention to a point of order or a question of privilege. Rule 14E states that whenever the presiding officer addresses members during a debate, any member then speaking or seeking to speak shall resume his or her seat, and the presiding officer shall be heard without interruption. Rule 14G states that, quote, if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is in contempt of or is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber for the remainder of the sitting, close quote. The Secretary will now read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
No, thank you very much. Honorable members, I have received a copy of the President's address that was delivered at the joint sitting on the 9th of February 2023. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I will now proceed, honorable members, to call on the Chief Whip of the Majority Party to take the podium.
Thank you very much, House Chair of the NCOP, the Speaker, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President, honorable members, distinguished guests from the gallery, Manene na Manene Kazi, fellow South Africans, we are our Secretary for Parliament, Utati Kava, Kanza fellow South Africans, Ngalentlazana ndiyabulisa. Good morning, Khuyemore. Abusheni ngiyalotsha dumelang sanibonani molweni egameni lombutho wesizwe the African National Congress.
Yes, I'm sure we'll ask the table to look at the problem, but please proceed, Chief Whip. Yeah, the problem is being attended to.
Castellina ligama lami. lasecaweni.
Please proceed, Chief Whip.
Can I proceed? I've already greeted this August House. Egameni lombutho olilifa lesizwe. The ANC ndinqwenela uqala ngokwamkela nokuxhasa intetha ethe cha ebetyebileyo ebekwe ngumongameli wesizwe ngomhla wethoba kule ndlu. Abantu boMzantsi Afrika babeke kwintende yabo ubomi babo kumbutho wesizwe. Uxanduva lokukhokhela isizwe sonke nelizwe liphela okukona kungundoqo ukuthi njengombutho wesizwe phansi kwesikhokhelo esiphume izandla sikamongameli into yokuba senze inguqu ezikhawulezileyo kwimiba yenhlalo noqoqosho kwimpilo zabantu bakowethu baphile ubomi obungcono kunobu ababuphilayo ngalomzuzu. The president also outlined commitments to taking decisive action, address challenges affecting the nation through placing the people's interest in the center of the process of change. I am moved by the memory of the towering icon of our struggle, Udalibunga, Utata Umandela, Kholhlahla, who stood a few meters from here 33 years ago as a free citizen after spending 27 years in the Ekubanjweni kwakhe upper Paul's Mona, Robben Island. It was a historic event that marked the turning point in the liberation struggle in South Africa's march to freedom and democracy. Sentenced to life imprisonment, his release breathed new life and hope into the nation that for decades echoed the struggle song, "We Shall Overcome." Today, it is that same spirit of hope and resilience that we are drawing upon the face of a myriad of challenges that confront us. We must remain true to that spirit of resilience, and each of us must do all in our power to work together to fight poverty and reduce inequality and corruption and address the energy crisis. We don't speak about poverty as it is in fashion, but we speak about poverty because it is politically correct to do so. We have lived that life and we are and it is us who have been motivated to persevere to greatness through poverty. Thina siyazana ke nendlala nenhlupheko yilonto ke isithundezayo into basisebenzele abantu bakowethu. The ANC has a mandate not to use this podium for cheap politicking, but to communicate the achievements of this government, working together with social partners to implement the commitments made in the previous State of the Nation address. The ANC speakers will address the nation and debunk the falsehood that some opposition parties and some media houses have been repeating, that this president and the government has not done anything for the past 4 years. They've been making empty promises. We acknowledge that the president or the national government alone cannot solve the myriad of challenges and problems that are affecting our country. The grandstanding and pontification we are about to witness here in the next 2 days by some parties, it will be a clear display of abuse and of serious debate for political campaigning. Asikhanyeli ukuba imicelimngeni ikhona. I-ANC ngalo lonke ixesha ihlala iba yoqala ukuvuma ukuba zikhona iziwo ubuthathaka neziphene ezikwezinye zamaziko orhulumente. Kunjalo nje iyinhlaninge imizekelo yokufuncuka kwezinga lokuphuncuka komqela owenziweyo ngurhulumente. Umzekelo obonakalayo ngulobo kuthethwa ngawo indlela abafundi abasebenze ngayo bekhokhelwa ngootitshala abazinikeleyo abafundisi ntsapho esibabulelayo. The ANC is not in denial about the state of the provision of basic services and infrastructure such as water, human settlement, transport, electricity, bridges, and bad road infrastructure. We need investment in new infrastructure projects and funding in maintenance. The national interest is our utmost priority, and the rule of law as a cornerstone of our constitutional democratic state must be maintained at all times. What is a people's parliament? It is important that we remind one another that In deepening accountability, Parliament provides oversight as the tribune of the people and is expected to promote the rule of law. Since seen here last Thursday by some parliamentarians heading to confront the President of the Republic of South Africa must be condemned, and the joint rules must take its course. These few parliamentarians are an embarrassment to the country and to the nation, because we are not a violent nation as South Africans. We know how to process our issues. Kwintetho yesizwe kwiveke ephelileyo umongameli usikhumbuzile sizile siso apha okokuba abantu boMzantsi Afrika abanawo amandla nomonde womdudo wamase umbhodamo umtshotsholo wamakhwenkwe esubone ugquba kule ndlu bafuna ukuba izenzo nezisombululo kuzo zonke izinto zorhulumente. A lot of hot air is going to be blown about the government declaration of a national state of disaster to respond to the electricity crisis and its effects. The critics of this approach miss the most important element of the intervention, namely the strong central coordination and decisive action needed to deal with the national crisis of energy. President and government is heeding to a call made by the citizens of South Africa that this government must add load shedding. This government must stabilize energy throughout by intervening. The comprehensive plan to attend to electricity challenges must be implemented, Honorable President, with immediate effect, with speed. We are awaiting for the Minister of Electricity to gallop on this matter. Dabayena ya electricity ki khomu ya mushate wayihama umulatu wayilisha umulatu kanti nifuna ntoni. Government has responsibility to cushion all citizens with incentivizing and subsidization of roof panels. Vandalism of infrastructure and stealing of cables is tantamount to sabotage and counter-revolution. These criminal acts must be dealt with ruthlessly. Injongo zokuba makuze nesisicwangciso into yoba abantu mabaphume kulo cimicimi nobumnyama ngoba busibuyisela emva kwezoqoqosho. There's an urgent need that faces the challenges of local government, which must be attended to by the national government through the review of the municipal fiscal model, including the division of revenue, in order to avail resources to meet the needs of the people in the sphere, prioritizing basic and fundamental needs of our people. Provincial and local governments, traditional leaders, religious fraternity, youth movement, the workers, the business sector, also must come on board as they did in the NETLAC framework when the nation responded to COVID-19. When we adopted the style of working, we were able to build new capabilities such as Fusion Center, whereby different law enforcement agencies work together to tackle crime and corruption. The Auditor General worked with government departments and entities to introduce real-time audits, and we want to really appreciate that. The Department of Employment and Labor created TERS to benefit scheme whereby the UIF paid benefits to workers through the bargaining council and employees. The Department of Social Development also able within weeks to roll out a new social grant to help the unemployed and cushion the indigent, thus laying foundation for the basic income grant that we had debated for decades. Our track record speaks for itself, but challenges, we do accept that they grow daily. These capabilities were built within a relative short time. They stand as a proof that South Africans have the capacity to unleash solutions for all our problems. What we need is leadership that is capable to inspire us and mobilize our energies towards same goals. Robust oversight by the parliamentary committees must be intensified to prevent the mismanagement of public funds. As the ANC, we have a rich history of struggle of mobilizing our people to move mountains. We did it in various moments to overcome oppressive system. There's nothing that can not be done now, as we have done with the past laws in 1952. We mobilized volunteers to collect aspirations of our people through the Freedom Charter of 1955. the Congress movement of our National Women's March in 1956, and we launched the UDF in 1983. Given all these, we are going to draw our experience to mobilize all South Africans to partner with government to solve the problems, not to leave anyone behind. We feel the pain of our people who are experiencing the skyrocketing cost of living, and we call on our own government to expand the safety net for poor and working class. We also call on the business sector to not to raise prices of basic foodstuff, keep prices as low as possible. We feel the pain of the women and girl children, in particular, who are daily victims of gender-based violence and femicide. We congratulate the police, the prosecutors, who make sure that violent crimes are put behind, violent criminals are put behind the bars. Our task as the citizens of South Africa is to heal the horrific condition of society by working together. We pay special tribute and condolences to the artists who died in the line of entertainment. DJ somebody, Mpinsha, aka the member of the South African National Defence Force, who was part of the keeping force in DRC, Sergeant Mabena, and all other heroes and heroines. To government of the people of Turkey and Syria, after terrible earthquake, we took of more than 37,000 to date. To our 4 provinces that are experiencing floods at the moment, we're happy that a declaration has been done. We know the prevalence of young people in our population on ongoing challenges of youth unemployment in our country. We call on government to play an active leading role by revival of the presidential working group. Allow me to invoke the profound words of our iconic writer, the late Professor Eskael Mphahlele, whose centenary we celebrate this year. I quote, "Everybody who is willing to work and has a nation-building vision, rather than aspirations for a sectoral power base, should be allowed to come forward and contribute ideas, and hence," I close quote. Let us take the heed of the President Ramaphosa's wise words in SONA 2023 address that, I quote, "To build such a society, to overcome the great difficulties of the moment, we need to work together, we need to stay the course and intensify our collective efforts to grow South Africa. No one must be left behind." Thank you very much. Danko.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Pemma Chodina. Honorable members, just for you to know that the matter of the ECON is being attended to, so please be patient. The issue is being addressed. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition.
Honourable Speaker, Mr. President and fellow South Africans. In January 2019, a select group of business executives were invited to a dinner on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. At that dinner, the host stood up and described the term in office of South Africa's former President Jacob Zuma as 9 wasted years. And influential people who attended that dinner said that they were impressed with the forthrightness of the comment. According to one attendee, and I quote, "It made me think about how the country had been run in the last years. We lost some of the gains that we had," end quote. And who was the speaker at that dinner? It was none other than President Cyril Ramaphosa talking about the administration of his ANC predecessor. As we look back now on that early period of the Ramaphosa presidency, through the lens of this year's State of the Nation address, we arrive at one inescapable conclusion: that you, Mr. President, are somehow guilty of something even worse than the thing that you once accused Zuma of. For if President Zuma presided over 9 wasted years, you, sir, have presided over 5 disastrous years. If you thought that we lost some gains under Zuma, then under this administration, we have gained only losses. To quote one of the ANC's favorite thinkers, Karl Marx, history repeats itself, first as tragedy and then as farce. And that is exactly what you have wrought on South Africa, Mr. President. What happened under Zuma was a tragedy, but what has happened under your watch is a farce. The new dawn was a false dawn. Ramaphoria was a delusion. Your supposed commitment to sweeping economic reform was hollow. Unemployment has skyrocketed from 36% to 43% since Mr. Ramaphosa became president. Murder has increased by 20% over the same period, with 70 people killed in our country every single day. And as we all know, the rolling blackouts have now become a daily feature of permanent life under the Ramaphosa era. In fact, when he became president in 2018, South Africa spent a total of 6 days under load shedding. We thought back then that we had hit rock bottom. Since then, it has gone up every single year. First to 22 days, then to 35 days, then to 48 days, and last year it grew to 157 days. Sadly, it looks like 2023 is going to smash all these despicable records. Already this year, we've had over 1,000 hours of consecutive load shedding and counting. Mr. President, you may not have realized it, but this year's SONA was actually your last chance to lead the country onto a fundamentally different and better path. Last Thursday, you spoke to a nation that had arrived on the banks of a great river. On this side of the river, behind us, lay the treacherous road we have walked for the past 3 decades under the ANC. This is the socialist approach that the party embarked upon in 1997, when they formally adopted the policy of cadre deployment in order to, and I quote, control every lever of the state, unquote. His party believes that if the state controls the economy, it will be better than the people controlling the economy through open markets. They believe that the best way to deliver affordable, reliable energy supply for the nation is for the ANC to keep full control of South Africa's energy production. They believe that the best way to provide affordable rail transport for the nation is to keep full control of the railways with the ANC. They believe that the best... On Thursday, a courageous leader who really cared about this nation would have had the head and the heart to admit that his party is wrong, that it is time to cross the Rubicon and embrace the opposite of socialism, which is power to the people. Now, make no mistake about it, South Africa was ready to cross that river. The men and women of this country are tired to their very core of the abuse that this ANC government has put them through. On last Thursday, we looked to you, sir, our president. We asked you to show us the way across the river, to unleash the power of the market to solve our electricity crisis, to get the incapable state out of the way of the incredible resourcefulness and creativity of the South African people, to put us on the road to socio-economic freedom that all of the world's prosperous nations have traveled. Because we don't want to rely on being resilient, we want to rely on being resourceful. We don't want to rely on meager social grants, we want to rely on our own jobs and businesses. We don't want to rely on your cadres, we want to rely on ourselves. And what did our leader do on that riverbank with the fate of our nation at stake? President Cyril Ramaphosa could not cross the Rubicon. Even as our nation pleaded for him to do the right thing and to take us onto this hopeful new path on the other side of the great Rubicon River, he couldn't take his eyes off the rapids. Even as the people of South Africa raised their voice in unison and frustration, all he could do was stare, terrified at the challenge. Instead of leading us across the Rubicon at the SONA of this year, Mr. Ramaphosa told us to turn around, to stay on this side of the riverbank, to double down on the same failed policies and the ANC approach of state control that has landed us in this terrible mess. Too weak, too indecisive, and too cowardly to take on the cadres, the compromised, and the vested interests in the political party that he leads. He turned his back on the Rubicon, he turned his back on us, and he turned his back on the only pathway that can save this country. Instead of getting the state out of the way of private electricity generation, he gave sweeping powers to the very same minister who abused those powers during the COVID crisis last year. Instead of deregulating and unleashing private sector electricity generation, he has centralized even more power in his super presidency. Instead of privatizing failed state-owned enterprises, he's created a massive new state-owned enterprise to provide fresh looting opportunities for the cadres. Instead of removing incompetent ministers of energy and public enterprises who block reform, he added yet another ministry to his already bloated cabinet. Mark this, by once again expanding and rather than shrinking the role of the state, the president has all but guaranteed that load shedding and all the other terrible crises visited on the people of South Africa by his government will only get worse. But a curious thing also happened last Thursday after the SONA. Mr. Ramaphosa clearly believed that the people would simply follow him as he told us to turn back away from the Rubicon. He took for granted that people would just oblige and follow him back down the road to decay and decline. He has gravely miscalculated. Instead of following him, the people have stayed put, their eyes firmly transfixed on the promise of prosperity and hope on the opposite shore. The response to President Ramaphosa's SONA makes it clear that he has placed the party political interests of his own dying party ahead of the interests of the people of South Africa one too many times. By cowering from the Rubicon, he has lost the support of the country. And last Thursday will forever be remembered as the day that history overtook President Ramaphosa. By failing to listen to the cries of the people and doubling down on the failed ideologies that caused the suffering, the government has deserted us. But that does not mean that we can't still cross this great river. Yes, Tumamina was an empty slogan. Yes, the new dawn was a cruel mirage. And yes, Palapala showed us who he really is. And yes, we too wonder, as he said, why he is still doing the job. Gave us the real impression that this job is nothing but a side hustle for him. Because it is now quite clear that President Ramaphosa has failed. But you know what? Thanks to our democracy, we are never wholly dependent on one person. Our democracy offers us the way across the Rubicon. But there is a catch. Because now that the president has failed to lead us, we have to build a bridge across those raging waters ourselves at the next national elections. During his speech, the President claimed that we are defined by platitudes like hope and resilience. Wrong, Mr. President. We are a nation that should be defined by our commitment to a constitutional democracy, because it is democracy that offers us a way out when all leaders have to offer is empty and hollow platitudes. And it's precisely for moments like this, when the leader fails his nation, that we have a democracy. If we want to get this country onto a better path before load shedding and the terrible policies in decline make it impossible to recover, it's time to use our democracy. And let there be no doubt, there is only one party that offers our country a realistic way across the Rubicon and onto a better path. While ANC-run municipalities collapse, there's only one party that is systematically fixing municipalities like Midvaal in Gauteng, Umgeni in KwaZulu-Natal, and Koga in the Eastern Cape. As cadre deployment and corruption rips apart the very fabric of the state, there's only one party that runs a clean and competent government in the Western Cape. And as power cuts get worse by the day, there is only one party working day and night in the province and the city to shield people from load shedding. That is why Cape Town became the first government in the country to start buying electricity directly from the open market, and with hundreds of megawatts of power still to come. That party, and the only party to save South Africa, is the Democratic Alliance. And so today, I stand before the people of our country not to offer you more idealistic dreams, bullet trains, smart cities, and empty talk of hope. We tried the idealism of the new dawn. It was a false dawn. So now we must try pragmatism. For that is what the DA offers our country. A credible, pragmatic, realistic set of solutions that will get our country working again and get us across that Rubicon once and for all. Where the ANC offers more of the same by assigning more power over our lives to the incapable state, the DA offers to give power back to the people where it belongs. Rather than seeking to control all the levers of power, the DA stands for something different, for liberal democracy, where power and economic decisions are decentralized into the hands of the people where it belongs. Accountability, non-racialism, commitment to the rule of law, and an inclusive social market economy that embraces the private and public sectors as partners, with zero tolerance for corruption. It is these timeless principles that have helped us turn around those municipalities and get this government in the Western Cape onto the path where it is now the best run provincial administration in the country. And by voting DA in 2024, we can bring this to bear at a national level. And let's be clear, the DA is the only game in town, because anybody who seriously wants to cross that Rubicon must understand the binary. The latest polling shows that we are just 10 percentage points behind the ANC. They've dropped to 37%, we're on 27%, and we are closing that gap. Support for them has crashed. And no matter how anyone spins it, our country faces a binary. Next year, a national government will either be an ANC-led coalition or it will be a DA-led coalition. We will either have a yellow coalition trapped on the wrong side of that riverbank, suffering misery and poverty, or we will have a blue coalition led by the DA that leads us across the Rubicon towards a better and brighter future. Honourable Speaker, the people of South Africa know what needs to be done to fix the country. They are ready to embrace private electricity generation, to privatise failed state-owned enterprises, to replace the terrible race-based policies that only empower the connected elite, with non-racial policies that are targeted towards lifting poor people out of poverty and into opportunity. The people of our country are ready to cross the Rubicon. And the good news is, we can still do it. We're just going to have to do it without President Ramaphosa. By uniting behind the DA next year, we can cross that Rubicon. We can leave behind the corrupt state-led paradigm for good. And South Africa, on the other side of the Rubicon, awaits a new country, where load shedding and corruption are a thing of the past, where quality education and healthcare are available to all, where millions of people can move out of poverty and into opportunity, and where all of us feel safe. And the truth is, the ANC is not going to lead us to that future. They are the past. The challenges we face are large, and yes, tough battles lie ahead of us. But outside this city hall and across the length and breadth of South Africa, there are millions of ordinary, hard-working citizens who are desperate for change. In the face of growing hardship inflicted by the government, these are the people who still get up every day to try and build a better life for them and their families. These are the people that we have alongside us. Together we can build a land of prosperity and opportunity, but we're going to need a government that's working for us, not against us. And the only way we can get there is by using our democracy next year to elect a DA government. A government with the courage to do what President Ramaphosa couldn't, and cross that Rubicon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the Minister in the Presidency.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chair, President of the Republic, His Excellency Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Mabuza, colleagues in the executive and members of parliament, members of our provinces, members of the media, the people of South Africa. I guess the biggest challenge we are going to be confronted with, like one would have tried to say it last year, the difference again between facts and ideas. Where we are sitting, DA believes that ANC is obsessed with government control, where everything is done by government. It's only when you ignore facts to be able to think along that path. Already as we work now, for the first time, ESCOM, electricity supply in South Africa, the intervention program diversifies the various sources of energy. The fact that we have lifted the ceiling for private sector to generate capacity, that cannot be an obsession with the control of government. As we speak now, we are ensuring that there is a move to secure energy on emergency basis. Where we are sitting, as we speak now, there is, under the leadership of this president, acceleration of procurement of energy from renewables, from battery storage, using the battery storage, at the same time accessing gas. This is a diversified access to energy. Now, two, again to deal with facts. For anyone to believe what DA says, you must have not been able to see the intervention of the Vulindlela program that deals with economic reforms. And the intention of that program, already on the move, is to ensure that there's water availability. And also the president said here, we have reduced number of years for water license from multiple years to 90 days, so that private sector that applies for water license is able to access that license. Again, for you to say this government is obsessed with control of government, you must actually ignore those facts. Our program is clear with regard to interventions to unlock and deal with regulatory cost in as far as SMMEs are concerned. SMMEs, in the manner they are not ANC. It's a small, medium enterprise. These are small, medium enterprise. This is private sector. Those structures, Honorable Stacey, are not ANC. So that intervention, led by Sipongosi, working together with the Department of Small Business, is unlocking the path for small business to participate. That cannot be viewed as ANC unless you are obsessed with the denial of facts. Again, an ANC government is a transformative government. If you want to say where DA leads, you've consciously said nothing about the state of Tshwane. You've consciously said nothing about the state of Johannesburg. You've consciously said nothing about the fact that one of your mayors have dropped the ball in the street because of no less than 100 billion unauthorized expenditure. That is a DA mayor. Again, when you say DA does well, it's because you're obsessed in a very blindfolded way with this metro, which has passed the test of racial exclusion. All black townships here in this metro, services are in a dire state. You go to Khayelitsha, you go to Philippi, you go to Guguletu. I have been in those townships, Honorable Stacey. The police stations are in a dire state. Everything, right? The point that I'm making to you is that Western Cape is a test of resilience of racial exclusion. You have not run, when you go to Joburg and you do juxtaposition, you do a contrast. When Joburg was run by the African National Congress, look at the financial ratios. You will never pass the test of financial management as the time Pakstow was running Joburg. You can go to Tshwane when Tshwane was run by Sputla Ramkhopa. You look at the financial ratios, you look at the focus, you look at the transformative program. There can be no comparison. You know what? It's because you deny facts, right? Fortunately, in 2024, our people are very clear about facts. They know that DA's future is based on a racially exclusive South Africa. However, having said that, now they know that in dealing with Eskom, as we sit here, there's a focus on six power stations. Resources and people are being deployed to make sure that those power stations, which have been found to be the main contributors to the load shedding, are attended to. As we speak now, there's a clear plan to reduce the debt burden on Eskom, to make sure that Eskom is able to release resources to improve on maintenance and ensure that transmission lines, those are facts. So, I think your fear, Mr. Honorable Stazen, if you look at the facts previously, look at the facts, where there's a survey about respect and trust of leaders, you don't feature in the same space with our president. Those are facts. They are not done by me. It's not my research. It's not my research. And this year's State of the Nation address by the president is historic in many ways. It signals many rays of possibilities and an imminent end to a rather devastating period, which was ushered in by COVID-19 catastrophic floods, serious case of corruption and maladministration that were laid bare at the State Capture Commission and an energy crisis. Indeed, as the president indicated, we have seen the resilience of South Africans and are constantly inspired by our belief that tomorrow will be better. As a result, we are witnessing the resurgence of the economy with our growth figures of third quarter 2022. Economy grew 2 quarters last year. Economy grew no less than 2 times from the labor survey. Net jobs, no less than 648,000. First labor survey, no less than 200,000. Those are facts. The declaration of the national state of disaster will assist in speedy resolution of energy supply, whilst minimizing its impact and contributing immensely in the rebuilding process. What are we doing here? As we deal with the causes of shortage of power and load shedding, at the same time, disaster seeks to intervene to make sure that we are at a pace and actually are able to prevail over the damage that load shedding is causing, at the same time deal with the impact. That's what the state of disaster is about. The 6th administration is in its penultimate year. In 2024, we'll go back to South Africans to seek a renewed mandate based on facts, and we are confident we will receive it because we are a government that is committed to improving the lives of each and every South African. That is based on facts, because we are a government that leaves no one behind. No one behind. We leave no Philippi behind. We leave no Guguletu behind. We leave no Black Township behind. We have placed public accountability at the center of building an ethical and a capable developmental state as set out in the NDP Vision 2030. To advance accountability, the president has appointed various commissions to deal with corruption. That is the river you cannot cross with us. The river that this president is leading us to cross is the river where fraudsters will not be allowed on the other side of the river. To restore public trust and to restore the credibility of the key institutions. Arrests have been demonstrated. Kingpins have appeared before court. As we speak now, multi-party discipline in Eskom has arrested no less than 43 people. The Commission of Inquiry into Tax Administration and Governance at South African Revenue Service resulted in an overhaul of SARS and it being turned into one of the most efficient and well-performing public entities in this country. I know, Honorable Stazen, you cannot speak about the state of SARS, because to speak about the state of SARS, you must commend this government. The only way you can live, you can make sense, you must ignore those facts. Last year, SARS broke revenue collection records, collecting over 1.2 trillion in revenues after rescue under the leadership of this president. The Commission of Inquiry into Public Investment Corporation highlighted widespread abuses and governance failures at the PIC, and ongoing reforms are rebuilding in the institution. The National Prosecution Authority's investigating directorate has already begun preparing for trial cases emanating from the Commission of Inquiry into state capture, and last year several arrests were made. The IT has enrolled 32 matters involving 187 accused persons. 6 new matters involving 22 accused have been enrolled since the President tabled his response to the State Capture Commission in October. The Presidency continues to work closely with the Special Investigation Unit to improve the monitoring and coordination of referrals arising from the SIU investigation. These SIU interventions are bearing fruit, with some of the looted money being returned by multinationals and others. SIU investigations to COVID-19 procurement proclamation R22/2020 has to date resulted in 456 referrals to accounting officers for disciplinary actions. 63 officials have been found guilty.
Conclude, Honorable Member.
476 referrals have been made to appear before the NPA for possible criminal investigation. Indeed, we will cross the river based on facts under the leadership of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable Malema. But honorable members, please note the following. Please note the following, that when Honorable Malema exceeds his 20 minutes, he will take from Honorable Mente's time, which is 12 minutes, and the table will keep us informed as it proceeds.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of the EFF and present here the officials.
Yes, honorable member, just a minute, Honorable Malema. Honorable member, what's your point of order?
Speaker, on a point of order, I'm rising to find out what is Honorable Malema going to debate. He was not part of the SONA. There's nothing for him to debate. He must sit down.
No, unfortunately, honorable member, that's not the point of order. Please proceed, Honorable Malema.
I have no time for boys. We take this opportunity to acknowledge the leadership of the EFF present here, the officials, commissars from the CCT, PCT, RCT, and BCT members, the ground forces of the uncompromising movement watching from all over the country and the continent, including the African diaspora, importantly, the people of South Africa. We also acknowledge the leadership of the opposition parties present here in Parliament. Under normal circumstances, we're supposed to acknowledge a president and a speaker of Parliament. But for a very long time now, and particularly after the revelations of crimes in Palapala, we can boldly state that the South Africa does not have head of state and president. The one who was there before has renounced his constitutional privilege to continue as President of the Republic of South Africa. South Africa's constitution obliges anyone who is elected as a president to uphold, respect, and defend the constitution, and we can say boldly here that Mr. Ramaphosa has failed to uphold, respect, and defend the constitution. The misconduct of the Speaker on the 9th of February 2023 has also disqualified her as a legitimate Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker referred to members of this House as animals and violated the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly when she allowed the police to invade Parliament and made it worse by calling on the security forces of South Africa to enter the chambers to intimidate peaceful members of Parliament who had their hands up holding placards to protest against the sole director of Ntaba Nyoni Estate Pty Ltd, the company that owns Palapala Farm in Limpopo and unlawfully engaged in trade through currencies that cannot be used in South Africa. As a result, we have already submitted a motion of no confidence against Mrs. Nosiviwe Mapisa Ngakula, and we officially withdraw our honor we previously showed her. We also apologize for having showed her the honor when she evidently does not respect Parliament, does not respect the laws of this country, and can do everything to stay in office. Under no circumstances should a democratic parliament be harassed and intimidated by the state security forces. The Constitutional Court has ruled that the police must stay away from lawmakers. It is the responsibility of the Speaker of Parliament to make sure that members of Parliament execute their responsibility without any fear or intimidation. But once you usher in police inside the chambers, you are effectively saying and allowing the tyrant to intimidate and even possibly prosecute those who disagree with the tyrant. The police must never be allowed inside the chamber because that is where the executive is held accountable. And those who are in power, if they do not have answers, may be tempted to use the security forces to intimidate those who are holding them accountable. I've known the president of the ANC longer than many of you, and he has known me when I was very young. Under no circumstances will he ever be threatened by me, or can he feel that his life is under threat because Julius is next to him. I've been next to him before. Many of you joined the ANC, including the second Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. So there is no need for you to behave like you can protect him against the people who sit with him in the chamber, and he does so without even having bodyguards, without being intimidated. The president himself said when he was playing golf the following day that he never felt intimidated, neither was he scared when he was in this parliament. So who are you saying? What are you saying? The people who use your own stomachs to think. The president has put you under the bus, those who said the president was under threat. He said himself was never under threat, neither was he intimidated. So what were the police doing here? They were here because the speaker has lost total control of this parliament, and that's why she must step down. We take this opportunity to pay tribute to fearless ground forces and volunteers who gathered 10 years ago in Uncle Tom's Hall and set economic freedom in our lifetime. The organization that you started 10 years ago is a force to be reckoned with and a fighting instrument in the hands of the people. Despite the fact that you, as ground forces of the EFF, defined the EFF to be, amongst other things, a protest movement, you also said we are a government in waiting. As we are talking here today, we are a government in the city of Johannesburg where the EFF was founded. And the EFF is responsible for public safety and healthcare and social development. We can assure the people of Johannesburg that the crime in the economic capital of South Africa will go down, and our communities will receive better primary health care, which will be premised on massive public education on health care and health matters. Public safety is what we are going to ensure. We will demonstrate to the people of Johannesburg that we will reduce the levels of contact crime, murder, robberies, car hijackings, assault with intention to do grievous bodily harm in all crime spots of Johannesburg, particularly Hillbrow, GP, Central Johannesburg, Orange Farm, Alexander, Ivory Park, Honeydew, and Midrand. We will not tolerate criminals anywhere in the city of Johannesburg. Our energy services must understand
Honorable Malema, just a minute. I see your hand is up, Honorable Member. Can I find out on what point are you rising?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm rising on 14P. The honorable member on the podium have taken this very same house, have litigated the very same house, who have been schooled by him that the president have taken. No, you can howl. We have been schooled by that one. Listen, we have been schooled by that one. He told us that the president have taken parliament to court. Therefore, President cannot address this House. The very same thing have done it. He does not have any standing to address this House. He is a delinquent. He disrupts the House. Therefore, he must also not be allowed to address the House Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. But that's not a point of order, unfortunately. Please proceed, Honorable Member.
There is a difference between addressing and debating. Very thin line. I'm not addressing, I'm debating. We can assure the people of Johannesburg.
Honorable Malima, I see there's another hand. Please sit for a minute. Honorable Member, please start off by indicating on what point of order are you rising. On what point are you rising? On what point?
Chair, I'm raising on a point of order, quoting Article 14P, on the use of offensive languages by Honorable Mahoromeja Malema, who undermined the President and undermined the House by using offensive languages the last time. Now, before Mahoromeja continues to address, Mahoromeja must first apologize to the Parliament, or he must not address, because we can't be addressed by Mahoromeja, who undermines this Parliament.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, can I really make a plea that when we rise on a point of order, it should really be a point of order. I'm not going to really allow any other person to make a speech in the pretext of raising a point of order. Please desist from doing so. Honorable Malima.
Thank you very much. The health and social development, the primary principle and approach of the EFF to healthcare is based on primary healthcare and accessibility of clinics for 24 hours. Each and every ward in the city of Johannesburg must have a healthcare facility, whether it is a hospital, clinic, poly or mobile clinic. What primary healthcare means is that our nurses and departments of health as a whole must not wait for patients to come to them only when they are terminally ill and require expensive and sophisticated healthcare operations. Primary healthcare means that the Department of Health must perpetually and permanently raise awareness and conduct massive public education of essential preventative health issues confronting our communities. Our health department will work with schools, community forums, and community-based organizations to publicly educate our people on preventative healthcare measures. We will make sure that all the acting positions, both in public safety and in health and social development in Johannesburg, are filled so that we can give our people a proper service. The EFF remains the only dependable and a reliable weapon for the total liberation of the working class and Africans here in South Africa, the African continent, and the African diaspora. Throughout the year, we'll be celebrating the 10 years existence of the EFF and preparing for a journey ahead. We take this opportunity to say to the people of South Africa, what you are listening to is not a real state of the nation, it's a hearsay. Our country is in the middle of several man-made crises. The man who's currently at the center of South Africa's crisis is a full-time businessman, animals trader, possibly a puppet of both the domestic and global capitalist interest, who has said that the job of president for him is a part-time job, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Let us start from the bottom. Despite many promises of universal access to early childhood development, millions of particularly black children in villages and townships have no access to early childhood development. What this means is that children of white people are born with strategic advantage and privilege over black children because white people's children start education before even turn 2 years old, while black children are only given access to education at the age of 5 and 6. And even when they go to school, these schools do not have the advanced technologies and teaching support system available for white children. This year will mark exactly 29 years since the first inclusive elections, yet we still have primary and secondary schools that use pit toilets, and we still have schools without electricity, without water, without access to basic necessities. The reality is that public education in South Africa has collapsed and has opened space for extremely expensive private schools which majority of our people cannot afford and cannot reach. In the year 2022, almost 1 million students wrote their senior certificate examination, matric, and yet there are less than 200,000 spaces available in universities of technology and universities because no one amongst those who are in government planned for the future of these students. In actual fact, there's been more than 4 million applications into institutions of higher learning when the spaces available are less than 200,000. Despite the former president of the ANC announcing fee-free higher education in 2019, there's still no free decolonized education in South Africa. Academically deserving yet poor students are being turned away from institutions of higher learning because of lack of money. Those who protest against fees are being shot and killed with no consequences, like fighter Madonsela was killed at the Durban University of Technology. There is still a shortage of more than 500,000 beds for students at TVET colleges, University of Technology and universities, and without decent and safe accommodations, students are subjected to high levels of crime, abuse, and often taken advantage of by different people. The South African government has neglected its obligation to create a safe and conducive teaching and learning environment for students. Those who sacrifice and go through endurance of finishing their students are often thrown into a very large section of the unemployment in South Africa. More than 12 million capable South Africans who are looking for jobs, including those who are discouraged, cannot find jobs anywhere because there is no meaningful program to create jobs for young people. Unemployment in South Africa is too high, and as if that is not enough, the South African Post Office has announced that it will be worsening the crisis of unemployment through retrenchment of more than 6,000 workers. The fact is that South Africa currently has close to 20 million people who are dependent on social grant, and it's not a cause for celebration, particularly when viewed from the fact that even these social grants do not eliminate poverty. There is absolutely no child and definitely no adult who can survive and thrive with 350 or 450 per month, whereas in a country with rising costs of living. Not even the dogs of the presiding president survives on 450 per month. The form of social assistance provided by government since 1994 has not been impactful in reducing poverty because the current government is incapable of creating jobs and taking our people out of poverty. Landlessness is still the biggest challenge confronting our people, and our attempts as the EFF to resolve the land question was undermined by the puppets of neocolonialism and imperialism. We are here today with still working under a constitution that protects the rights of stolen property because the land in the ownership and control of colonial settlers and their descendants is stolen land, and no amount of lies will hide the fact that settlers are in possession of stolen goods. In the middle of landlessness, joblessness, and many crises that define South Africa, we have high levels of crime which are perpetuated by the fact that we have an incapable and unwilling police minister who has always shown up after the crimes and only pose for cameras. This leader has demonstrated that he has got nothing to offer except to project himself as a modern-day model. He is indeed a certified fool without any alternative to reducing crime in South Africa. We said before that the current leadership of the police is incapable, and we are firmly called for the removal of some of these imposters, and our cries fell on deaf ears.
Let's see the point of order, listen to the point of order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The member in the podium has used an offensive language by referring to the minister as an FOON. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malema,
He didn't quote the rule. He didn't quote the rule, Chair.
No, never mind the quoting. The point is that
I can't hear you, Chair. Switch on. They wrote for you. Switch on.
Honorable, please behave.
I can't hear.
Please behave.
But I said I can't hear.
Please behave.
I can't hear.
Now, Honorable Malema, I'm calling upon you to withdraw the use of an offensive word, and that word is fool.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you
We
very
have
much.
on several occasions called on the President to release the clever minister who has always shown up for cameras all the time there is a crime scene with an intention of arresting wrong people and mess up the crime scene and mess up the case. Today we speak, crime has gone very high in South Africa in all respect. We don't even want to talk about GBV. We don't want to talk about cash in transit haste. We don't want to talk about contact crime because the leadership of the police is in cahoots with the criminals. The only way we can be defeated in dealing with crime is only when the leadership of the police is working with criminals. The leadership of the police works with drug lords. The leadership of the police works with Nkabis. The leadership of the police is in the payroll of hitmen and women of this country. The leadership of the police actually planned the assassination of our deputy president, a matter that we brought to the attention of the president, that the minister was involved in the plot of killing the deputy president of the EFF. This is a matter that has been reported
Honorable
and has
Malema,
been confirmed.
Honorable Malema, please take your seat. Honorable Khatebe, on what point are you rising?
Chairperson, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The member has cast aspersions on the minister without substantiating the fact.
Yes.
No, Rule 12 is very clear. Rule 12, Chair, is very clear that the rules of the NA applies in the joint sitting when the member of the NA is on the platform. So the member violated Rule 85 of the rules of NA. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malema, I'm sure by now you know that if you are to make an allegation such as the one that we have made now, you need to have a substantive motion put in front of the House so that the matter can be thoroughly debated, considered and debated. So I'm asking you again to withdraw.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you very much.
When the daughter of our former Secretary General was killed, it is the police of South Africa who went to the suspects and said to the suspect, put the name of Floyd Shivambo, that you worked with Floyd Shivambo to assassinate.
Honorable Malema, just a minute. Honorable member, on what point are you rising?
Thank you so much, House Chair. I'm rising on a point of privilege. House Chair, I want to address you and ask you a question on privilege. And the question is that the rule says when a member is kicked out of the House for the duration of the debate, that member may not continue in the same debate. Now the SONA has resuming, has not adjourned. Now the same member was kicked out of the sitting in the same debate. So I want to ask you, you can come back later and make a ruling around it. The question is that, is the member per the rules allowed to continue and participate in the debate when he was moved out of the debate? Thank you.
Unfortunately, Honorable Member, that rule is not applicable. So the member has the right to participate in the proceedings. But issues such as the ones that you are raising can be pursued in the Joint Rules Committee and in other related parliamentary structures. Thank you very much. Please, Honorable Malema, please proceed.
Thank you very much. The Deputy President of the EFF has been targeted by the leadership of the police, which was willing to connive with suspects and persuaded the suspects to put the name of the Deputy President of the EFF in the murder of our former Secretary General's daughter. When they refused after being beaten, a money has been offered to them to implicate the Deputy President of the EFF in the murder of our own daughter. Why do they do this? It is only known to them. But I'm using this example to demonstrate to you that the leadership of the police is working with criminals. And for as long as the leadership of the police is working with criminals, we will never defeat crime in this country. It is the responsibility of the so-called president to remove Honorable Begitele with immediate effect, because he has failed the people of South Africa. What happened to our artist, DJ Somebody, aka, will never get to know, because the police and higher echelons of the police are in cahoots with the criminal syndicate. We cannot fight crime well led by criminals. We must first get rid of criminals in order to defeat crime. May AKA's soul rest in peace and haunt all of these people who have made it so difficult for him to live long.
Honorable Malema, don't you really think that it should be all the members, all the honorable members, all the honorable members. Now, honorable members, don't you think it would be advisable that when you have to make such serious allegations, we stick to what the rules of Parliament provides for? In other words, that you come here with a motion and the motion gets debated, so that indeed all the issues that you are related get considered and engaged by members of Parliament.
Chair, I'm debating. When we stand up during the president's speech, we are told you raise that point in debate. When we raise the point in debate, something else is being said. It means we'll never contribute in this house. I'm not saying anything against anyone. I'm just telling you the fact that we ought to fight criminality in the police. And if the shoe fit, wear it, because it's the truth. Now you have established Minister of Electricity. We hope to see Minister of Trains. We hope to see Minister of Flights. We hope to see Minister of Dinan. We hope to see Minister of Potholes. We hope to see Minister of GBV. Because the reality is that, Mr. President, nothing is working under you. You are a man on top and doing nothing. And that is very irresponsible of a man to be on top and do nothing. The reality of the situation is that you went against the advice we gave you when you started as a president. That listen to your own organization. Your own organization has now said, put the ESCOM under energy. What did you do? You went to a separate kitchen cabinet and created a Ministry of Electricity, which doesn't derive from the resolutions of your own organization. A clear confirmation that there is a kitchen cabinet that exists in Stellenbosch and that dictates the direction this country must take. If you agree that ESCOM has failed to discharge its responsibility, ESCOM has always had a minister, and that is a minister of public enterprise. And if we need a separate minister, it means that minister has failed. Why are you so scared to remove an incompetent minister who has failed and collapsed everything in the state-owned, under state-owned enterprise? It can't be, even if you are friends, you ought to have an honest discussion amongst yourself and say, my brother, there is nothing I can do anymore. I need someone capable to come and rescue Dinel, to come and rescue Transnet, to come and rescue SAA, because ESCOM and the rest have collapsed under Honorable Pravin Gordhan. I don't know le Musabani or Honorable Pravin Gordhan. I don't know if he's got a list of impimpis or sellouts of during apartheid, the way you are so scared of him. But he knows and his cause that some of us are not scared of him. They've tried it before and we defeated them and will defeat them again. Fellow South Africans, nothing is working in this country. You were promised all manner of things. When President Zuma was removed, things are worse. Things will get worse because the president said that this electricity crisis is not going to be resolved in the nearest future, at least for 2 years. When he says 2 years, he means 5 years or even more than that. It is up to you, South Africa, if you want to declare that enough is enough. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we remove this puppet government from power. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we demand the resignation of Mr. Ramaphosa. We must make sure that on the 20th of March, we demand the stopping of crime. We demand that the money launderer must be removed from office. We demand that crime in South Africa must be something of the past. If you want employment and you are sitting at home in darkness without a hope, your future is in the EFF. Join the shutdown on the 20th of March when we bring South Africa to a standstill. Only cowards who are in the pockets of capital will be scared to come to the streets on the 20th of March. We tried here in Parliament. They used their majority to defend criminality. We tried in the court. They used the judiciary to defend their criminality. We are left with no option. The streets are calling our names. The picket lines are calling our names. And all South Africans, we look forward to seeing you on the 20th of March, 2023. Only the fearless will be on the streets and holding this puppet government accountable. We are not scared. Only Amagwala will go and beg the president that he must not resign. But all those who know that the president did nothing for this country, including himself, will encourage him to resign, because the president had already resigned. And once you have resigned and you are convinced by affection to stay, you must know that it is only the body that remains there. The conscience is gone, because the conscience is the one that wrote a letter. No amount of factionalism can bring back that conscience. I don't know what the deputy president, the former deputy president, is doing here. He allows them to use him against Paul Mashatile, but he knows that these people don't want him. They don't want you. Stop pretending that they want you. And former deputy president Didi Mabuza, please join the streets on the 20th of March in Mpumalanga. All of us, let's go on the streets on the 20th of March. Patria muerte! Patria muerte! Patria muerte! Thank you very much.
Honourable members, maybe we should proceed. We note that when asked to take the seat, Honorable Malema just ignored the presiding officer. We note that. We note it because we may have to follow it up. Thank you very much, Honorable Gwede Mandash. On what point I rise in Floyd? Honorable Floyd. On what point are you rising?
I'm rising. I'm also on the point of order. The point of order that I'm raising on is that the tradition and practice of this parliament is that as a presiding officer, when the speaker is on the platform, you only intervene when your attention is brought to violation of the rules. On several occasions, when the commander-in-chief was giving direction there, you intervened there without anyone having brought attention to any violation of the rules. And there was not even violation of any rule. Because there's nothing wrong with speaking about the criminals in the police service. And he never mentioned anyone by name. Those who know, they know who that person is. But he kept on interrupting him when he was giving direction as to what must happen moving forward. That is unacceptable of you as the presiding officer today. And you must consider shifting there if you are incapable of handling this house appropriately, because what they are doing is unacceptable, and we'll never allow that to continue in the manner that we've been doing thus far.
I must say that that is indeed a long speech. And honorable members, I think we should, all of us should ensure that the business of the house is properly run. And that indeed, as presiding officers, we have the overall responsibility of being fair and running the business in such a manner that no view is seen to be suppressed and undermined. But if we are to succeed in ensuring proper decorum of the house and the dignity of the house, all of us must take responsibility. All of us must behave and work in a way that seeks to build and ensure that we do what we are supposed to be doing. So I'll proceed and ask Honorable Mantashe to deliver his address.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Nosvuwe Mapisa Ngakula, Deputy Speaker Lichisa Tsinodi, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP Sylvia Lucas, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President, His Excellency David Dabede Mabuza, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members present here, invited guests to this gathering today. In the State of the Nation address, President Cyril Ramaphosa identified load shedding as a crisis facing our country, which is solvable. He declared it as a crisis and he said it is solvable. And he made two commitments to confront this crisis. The first one was to declare a state of disaster so that there should be no obstacles or limitation in addressing it. Secondly, he announced that he will appoint a Minister of Electricity in his office to focus on this crisis. Many people ask what this appointment means, and we characterize it as actually an approach that can be defined as project management approach in dealing with the crisis. Some people in the media say, when we characterize it as a project management approach, we are reducing this ministry and its authority. I think something called school will help them understand project management as not being reductionist. All it is emphasizing urgency of execution and delivery of the project on time. One must understand that when you talk of project management approach, you mean there will be clear time frame, the beginning and the end of the project, and there will be clear milestones, and there will be a clear critical path that you should not deviate from. Now, therefore, this is not reductionist. It is communicating sense of agency and the desire to resolve this, because we don't have time to wait for 24 months to resolve load shedding. That is how serious the president takes this crisis. And unfortunately, we have political parties that never want to be involved in finding solutions of any crisis. They believe that opposition means just opposing anything that is tabled by the ANC and its government. That is a mistake. Parties in parliament should contribute to finding solutions to problems and crises. Now, in January 2023, the leader of the Democratic Alliance made a bold statement that will support declaration of the state of disaster on the emergency and the energy crisis. That was the 31st of January. Then when the state of disaster was declared on the 9th of February, the same leader of the Democratic Alliance came back and said, we'll take the government to court for declaring a state of disaster. Now, when you have the main opposition party talking from both sides of the mouth, we have a bigger crisis as a country. Now, this means talking from both sides of the mouth, Honorable Steenhuisen, is not helpful to society. The DA must throw ideas. We use those ideas to get solutions. I don't want to refer to the EFF and ATM, Honorable Malema, because you opted out of the State of the Nation address. Went left and you are not here. You opted out. Now, you know, EFF, even that's something very, very unthinkable. In a country where a prime minister was assassinated in the House of Parliament, they stormed the stage. It's unthinkable. No, but I'm leaving this to the president to finalize. I'm leaving the criminal aspect to the Minister of Police to connect. I refer to a crisis that is solvable because there are immediate actions that government can take in addressing the short-term and medium term. This includes improving ESCOM's energy availability factor through maintenance and servicing existing power stations. That means the current coal power station must operate optimally. We procure emergency power, we purchase electricity from neighboring countries, and we improve skills capacity of ESCOM. And those four interventions will help us. They will help us focus.
Honorable Mantash, just a minute. Honorable Ndlozi, on what point are you standing?
A point of order.
Yes, okay, let's hear it.
Honorable Mantashe says his prime minister was assassinated. And I know only of one prime minister, that's Verwoerd. Are you saying Verwoerd was your minister?
No, I didn't say that.
I've been very suspicious that you were part of apartheid. Well, apartheid.
Honorable Ndlozi.
You just confirmed calling Verwoerd your prime minister.
Honorable Ndlozi, that's not the point of order. I'm sure you know that. Honorable members, can I make a plea once again? Please do not abuse the point of order and give us speeches and so on. Please don't do that. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. So our main focus on improving electricity availability factor should focus on the following power stations. If you look at a power station like Tutuga, which is having EAF of 33.3%, Kendall 45.5%, Duva 20.7%, Majuba 44.3%, Kusile 24.7%, and Mata 42.8%. Those 6 power stations deprive the country of more than 50% of availability factor. And therefore, this focus minister will have to focus on those power stations to give us energy and resolve load shedding. The government continues to develop generation capacity, because generation capacity, as we develop it, we're focusing on the long-term sustainable energy security of supply. And that's why, for example, we must be reminded that 2,200 and 500 megawatts of renewable energy was procured under bid window 4, on which we were 2,120 and 30 megawatts are connected to the grid, providing us with much needed electricity. 2,583 megawatts have been procured under bid window 5, with 1,759 megawatts are under construction. Under bid window 6, we procured 4,200 megawatts. Only 1,000 could be declared because of the grid problem. So as we deal with the problem of the current coal generators, we must equally urgently deal with strengthening of the transmission. So my submission, therefore, is that this minister, who is appointed to focus on electricity, which is not something strange, by the way. Egypt has a minister of electricity. Bahrain has, Kuwait has, New Zealand had for a long period of time. It has stopped that now. And so it's not something new. Let's focus on providing electricity in the country. Let me explain that as a department, Mineral Resources and Energy, we issue RFPs very soon on 513 megawatts battery storage, 3,000 megawatts on gas, and we're going to issue bid window 7, which is going to go up to 5,000 megawatts. Let me leave energy and use the remaining 5 minutes on mining. South African mining sector contributes 8% to the gross domestic product, and we're aiming it to contribute 12%. This low performance is largely attributed to global increase of energy prices because of the continued geopolitical dynamics, the ongoing power disruptions, which is load shedding, logistic bottlenecks on our rail and ports, and crime. Now, as a result, mineral production contracted by 9% in 2022. And that contraction was actually backed as a trend by one company called Goldfields, because much earlier it applied to establish its own solar plant to substitute Eskom energy in some terms. That's why Goldfields grew by 10%. So that is a pointer to a number of mines that if you take initiative, you take the initiative, you will save the economy. And again, I think it is quite important that NERSA has approved registration of 406 megawatts, and the total of this registered generation is 1,664 megawatts. Among the generators is Seriti, which is a mining company, which will begin the construction of 155 megawatts, with a project in Mpumalanga, and Exaro will construct 70 megawatts, 70, of solar plant. And that is a trend that mining companies are following to mitigate the crisis of load shedding. We welcome the establishment of a joint structure between Transnet and the Mineral Council South Africa to accelerate improvement of our rail and port infrastructure, because those bottlenecks deprive South Africa of taking advantage of good prices of commodities and leave the high demand, which is not permanent. And therefore, it is important for us to attend to these problems. And I must say, there was a lot of interest shown by investors in the exploration in 2023 mining in Daba. And if we pay and invest enough in exploration, mining has a future. That's where it all begins. And we will work in this interest so that these investments are realized. Furthermore, there is an interest in minerals of the future, which will include your lithium, which we have discovered massive deposits in the Free State of rare earth minerals in the Northern Cape, copper, nickel, and many others. And these minerals, which our country is endowed with, are essential for the development of low carbon economy that we're looking forward to. The DMRE is also seized with addressing the backlog of prospecting and mining applications. We have reduced that backlog by 42% over the last 18 months. The procurement of the customer's cadastral system is also quite important. It's underway, and I will hope that by end of February this year, end of this month, it will be out and we'll be having it sooner. Let me conclude by expressing our appreciation following the reduction of mining industry fatalities. I know very few people pay attention to this. Actually, 2022 registered the lowest number of fatalities in the mining industry in history. 49 is the number. Now, in a country that has been full of disasters, you can look into the Colebrook disaster, 435 workers die in one day. Your Kinross disaster, 177 miners die. Your Vaal Reef disaster, your Sendelina disaster. When you reduce fatality in the mining industry to 49, it's a progress towards zero harm in the sector. I must also put the point that this is an improvement to a record that was set in 2019 of 51 fatalities. Over the last 3 years, we never registered any disaster. Our definition of a disaster is when one accident actually kills 5 or more people. So over the last 4 years, we have not had a disaster in the mining industry. And therefore, the improvement is worth acknowledging, but every life lost is one life more. So we should not kill mine workers. Mine workers must go to work, come back alive, and be themselves. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now proceed to Honorable Singh.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Honorable Members. Let me start off by apologizing on behalf of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, Honorable Member, who says while he cannot physically be in Cape Town, he knows that his contribution to this debate, read by the IFP's Chief Whip, will nevertheless express the voice of South Africans from all corners of our country. We may not all be at City Hall, but we are part of this conversation. Honorable Chairperson, he says, when he was a student at the University of Fort Hare, the President of the Student Representative Council, Mr. Robert Mangaliswe Sobukwe, delivered a speech that he has never forgotten, and I quote, Mr. Sobukwe quoted the abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, who declared the urgency of universal emancipation. He said, and I quote, I am aware that many object to the severity of my language, but is there not cause for severity? Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, close quotes. Honorable President, after a man has lost his house, there is no glory in arriving with a bucket of water and saying, better late than never. And there is no kindness in telling a grieving mother of the past, close quote. There is such a thing as too little, too late. Even if this government were to wake up now and do its job, there is no guarantee it will be enough to claw our country back. Tribute to the Honorable Dr. Frini Chenwala last week. We remembered the first years of our democratic parliament and the Constitutional Assembly in which we hammered out the blueprint for the country we sought. Having led the Constitutional Assembly, you will remember, Honorable President, becoming exasperated with your own party and telling them, and I quote what you said, Honorable President, "At least the IFP knows what it wants," close quote. Right at the foundations of our democracy, the IFP produced a detailed analysis of what was needed, evaluating all the alternatives, pointing to the right path, and explaining why it was the best course of action. Had our government been as single-minded, committed and competent as the IFP over the past 29 years, I have no doubt the lights would be on. Your Excellency, you have told us that South Africa is defined by hope and resilience. But if you ask anyone on the street what defines us, they would say load shedding, unemployment and crime, amongst other things. You are right that we are not people easily resigned to our fate. But there is a warning in that. How long will it be before you have a revolution on your hands? And believe me, it will not be a silent revolution. Honorable President, we were all, Honorable Chairperson, we were all disgusted by the disturbances on Thursday night during SONA. And as we walked out and as we met people on the street, they refer to this institution, this Parliament, your Parliament, Madam Speaker and Honourable Chairperson, as a circus ground. And this doesn't bode well for us as an institution. Just last week, the threats and insults and disruptive behavior evolved into falsely implicating the Minister of Police in a fictional assassination plot. Our people are tired of unfounded allegations, and something must be done about that. Honorable Chairperson, when it comes down to it, what South Africans want is solutions. We want honesty, we want fairness and justice, and to know that our government is capable and willing to do its job. It is thus worrying to hear you say, Honorable President, that you have discovered a lack of technical skills and management skills across government. We have been warning for years that cadre deployment at the cost of skills employment would have its effect. You now talk about rebuilding skills that have been lost over time. This did not happen by chance. Skills were pushed out in favor of giving jobs to pals. Can we really believe, Honorable Chairperson, that that gravy train will stop? Corruption has become so embedded in the culture of the civil service that it will take much more than words to change it. We have had to spend over R1 billion on an inquiry into state capture. We all saw the abuse of public funds that emerged under the last national state of disaster. We are not talking about one or two bad apples. There is a pervasive rot that needs to be dealt with, Honorable President. This is why our citizens no longer hear the echoes of Nelson Mandela when you say, let us work together. These words have become meaningless. There are communities that have given up on government ever coming to do the work and are doing it themselves. They scrape together money to fix potholes. They come together to dig trenches and pay for the installation of pipes to get water. But even they are told that the pump is missing screws or the water tank has broken down or some other excuse why government cannot join this effort to work together. The appointing of a Minister of Electricity in the Presidency is another way of saying that our Minister of Public Enterprises and our Minister of Minerals and Energy have failed. This bloating of bureaucracy is not a solution. As the IFP's president so aptly asked, why not have a Minister of Potholes in the Presidency? And a Special Minister of Education, and a Special Minister of Inequality. Mr. President, what we need is people with the requisite skills, unbeholden to political masters, who reap no side benefits and who genuinely seek what is best for South Africa. In the absence of this, and in the absence of clear-cut strategies, with firm timelines and deliverables for investors, business and consumers, our fragile economy may well break. We do have experts, Honorable President, and brilliant minds in South Africa. Why are we not listening to them? And some of them have left our country. Let's bring them back. I met a young man last week who qualified at UKZN, went abroad to Cambridge, did masters, did a PhD, expert on electricity issues, wants to come back and help the country. Wrote to somebody in the department, no response. Honorable President, we also need to look ahead and train the next generation of skilled experts. You will remember that during our liberation struggle, when all across South African schools were being burned down and classrooms abandoned under the banner, Liberation First, Education Later, Inkatha declared Education for Liberation. In KwaZulu, we invested heavily in quality of education for the oppressed, providing the tools to shape the future and preparing the next generation to competently engage with a changed world. There is something very wrong, Mr. Chairperson, when we talk about an 80% metric pass rate, when at the same time, 80% of grade 4 learners are unable to read for meaning. What happened in between was not a miraculous intervention, but an excessively high rate of dropouts. And what happens for that generation of dropouts? How do they find jobs and survive and make their contribution to our beloved country? Yes, Honorable President, the main issue is electricity. But just because that is the crisis of today does not mean that every other crisis can be placed on hold. There are communities that have not had water for months and even years. There are people losing their homes and businesses to our struggling economy. There are, as you say, people who call 10111 when their lives are in imminent danger and no one answers the phone. Honorable Chairperson, last year I questioned the suspension of the presidential employment stimulus vouchers to subsistence farmers because of poor implementation. In October last year, the presidency announced that 142,000 vouchers had been issued. Some 4 months later, the figure has decreased to 140,000, yet government promises to provide 250,000 more this year. It is very difficult to believe the new promises being made when old promises remain unfulfilled. Honorable President, in his first State of the Nation address to a democratic South Africa, President Nelson Mandela said, "The government I have the honor to lead is inspired by the single vision of creating a people-centered society, to the pursuit of the goals of freedom from want, freedom from hunger, freedom from deprivation, freedom from ignorance, freedom from suppression, and freedom from fear." Close quotes. Almost 3 decades later, that vision has disappeared. If the promise of South Africa is truly alive, it is thanks to the resilience of our people. But how far is this government willing to test our resilience? We are playing a dangerous game if we do not address the concerns of South Africans. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Honorable P.J. Groenewald.
Geachte Voorzitter, through you to the Honourable President. Honourable President, in your January address, you and the ANC thought it well to play the race card. What you did, you took 2 young men in terms of the Marshall Sports incident, and you said that you condemn racism. I predict that in the coming election, the race card is going to be played a couple of times. And Honourable President, you condemned racism, but the court case hasn't been finalized yet on that matter. Now, I want to put it very clearly. The Freedom Front Plus condemns any form of racism. But there's a difference in the condemnation of racism between the ANC and the Freedom Front Plus. Honourable President, you only see racism as white on black racism. There was a court case about 2 black policemen, and the court found that a white woman, a colonel, was the victim of racism of these two men. So there is also black on white racism. And you said, Honorable President, that there's no place for racists in South Africa. They must leave the country. Honorable President, I request you, please ask these two black men who are racist to leave the country. Ons kan nie 'n nasie bou as ons eensydig net deur 'n eenoogige perspektief te kyk na rasisme. U taak in terme van artikel 83C van die grondwet is om eenheid te bou in Suid-Afrika en die Suid-Afrikaanse nasie. U sal dit net kan doen as u ook swart op wit rasisme kan veroordeel.
Honorable Groenewald, just a minute. I see there's a hand at the back there. On what point are you rising, member?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I was just saying we don't have the headphones for interpretation. Okay. So Honorable Groenewald, when he goes deep, we can hear.
Yeah, no, the table must look at that. Please look at the situation, interpretation. Please proceed, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Groenewald, please proceed whilst we're sorting out the interpretation. Yeah, please.
The member can come, I'll explain to him afterwards. Agbare President, wat ons sê is, dat ons kan nie dubbele standaarde handhaaf in Suid-Afrika nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus verwerp enige vorm van rasisme. En daarom moet u as president die voorbeeld stel in terme van artikel 83C van die grondwet om nasie te bou. En ons moenie die rassekaart wil speel nie. Honorable President, as far as Eskom is concerned, I first want to ask you, you're going to appoint a minister for electricity. How many caterers do you need to change the bulb? One to hold the ladder, one to get on the ladder, one to pass on the bulb, and if they put it in, there's no electricity. You own Minister for Energy and Mineral Resources said it's only going to be a project manager. Those words should say something to you, because that minister doesn't see the new minister as an equal, only a project manager. Honorable President, it is common knowledge that black economic empowerment and affirmative action is one of the main reasons for the problems in Eskom. Their own employment equity plan determines that in the next 3 years, Eskom must get rid of 500 white men technicians with technical skills. Honorable President, I've urged you many times from this podium, let us get rid of black economic empowerment and affirmative action, because it's nothing else than the smokescreen for corruption. And even the SONA Commission found so. The people of South Africa, and specifically the white people, and I said it many times, wants to build South Africa. Honorable President, are you aware of the fact that Mr. Japie van Zyl, he studied at Stellenbosch. He was a member of the South African Navy. He's an engineer. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020. But Japie van Zyl was the project manager for Perseverance on Mars. Are you aware of the fact that on the planet Mars, there is a mountain range named Japie van Zyl? That's acknowledgement for people from South Africa, irrespective of race. Honorable Chairperson, you said that we must take joint responsibility for Eskom. I want to put it very clearly. The Freedom Front Plus doesn't take responsibility for the crisis of Eskom. Yes, we have solutions. But Honourable President, and I will submit you with a 10-point plan of the Freedom Front Plus to solve the problem and the crisis. But the question is whether you're going to read it. Do you listen what opposition party leaders say to you? I don't experience that, unfortunately. So we do not take responsibility for the crisis. I also want to say, Honourable President, that you were put in charge in 2015 of the war room that was created by your predecessor. And a couple of things had been said, and I want to quote. On the 2nd of September 2015, you yourself said the following: in the next 18 months to 2 years, you will forget that the challenges we had with power, energy, and Eskom ever existed. Close quote. On the 3rd of April 2019, the Honourable Minister Pravin Gordhan said the following: Eskom aims to ensure that there will be no more load shedding from 3 April 2019. The same Honourable Gordhan said the other day, in fact the 25th of January, on an online symposium with the University of Johannesburg, he said, "We are now in the mood to urgently solve the crisis as soon as possible." Close quote. In the mood? Honourable Chairperson, maybe the Honourable Minister must visit the people on the streets and determine their mood when there is load shedding. And I can assure you, he will be surprised because he doesn't know what is load shedding, because no minister gets load shedding. And I think it is arrogant to say we are now in the mood. So for solving the problem depends on the mood. Honourable President, I want to continue. There are simple steps that can be taken. For instance, Eskom applied for a permit to get fuel much cheaper, but the Minister for Energy rejected it. There is an ongoing case between Eskom and the revenue services in terms of a rebate on fuel. Why don't you solve it? Why go to court? It's simple steps that can be taken. Honourable Chair, I also want to read to you, because we had our own survey amongst people, how they experience load shedding. And in our survey, we found that Mr. Maria Libbe is the owner of a small fuel station in Tromsburg in Kopanong in the Free State. His overheads increased with almost 40,000 rand during January this year. The cost of fuel for a power generator. This threatens the continued existence of that business and the livelihoods of his staff members. Businesses in agriculture value chain in Frankfurt, Mafube, in the Free State, are spending as much as 22,000 rand per day on fuel for generators. Meneer Zerik van der Merwe van Pretoria het ons laat weet dat hy noodgedwonge 4 miljoen rand moes bestee aan alternatiewe energiebronne om sy vervoeronderneming aan die gang te hou. Those are the suffering of the people with load shedding. Honourable President, with my time, I want to say crime in South Africa is out of control. When you became the president,
The wrong thing, it wasn't me. You go and correct it with your SG. I spent 47 minutes with him, and then I refused. Mr. President, that's the only reason. Maybe there are 3 more other reasons.
Minister, just a minute. Minister, just a minute. Yes, Moran, on that point I'm rising.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me address this coward of the ANC. So, the question that he should be responding to, did he not call me on Saturday? Last week, Saturday, he called me, he's the one who called me, not the other way around. And his call was very clear. SG, I've detected political intolerance in KZN that is going to lead to killings.
Honorable member.
My question to him was that, Minister, does it involve me? And his answer was yes. And he proposed that let us meet in Cape Town on Wednesday.
Honorable
so if he's
member.
scared of IFP, he must not use my name. He is a coward, he's scared of IFP.
Honorable member.
Not the other way around.
Honorable member, that's not the point of
It's
order.
a point of order. I'm addressing the coward.
Please.
I'm not scared of him or anyone
Please
else.
take your seat.
So if he's scared of IFP, that's his problem.
Please take your seat.
Yeah, if he's scared of IFP, he must not bring the bill to that. He's the one who called me this coward.
Please. Minister, please proceed.
Well, I didn't have the drink and juice to give it to you, but the meeting was quite long, 47 minutes. I'm sorry that you didn't give it anything to drink. Having said so, the second point on this one, I will request the President of the EFF to repeat every word outside of this house. Please repeat that. But also, if you want to bring it to the debate here, you can bring it to the debate here. Thirdly, I would want to remind
Minister, just a minute. Again. Just a minute. Yeah. Honorable Malema, on what point are you raising?
No, Chair, I was raising issues about the minister and you stopped me. And now you're responding to issues that I was not given an opportunity to speak to because you said I must withdraw. This is an abuse of this house. But unlike him, I've said this in public and I will say it again. I'm not scared of that. I brought it to his attention when the crime intelligence went to implicate Floyd in Hillary's murder. I told him that they said the crime intelligence is saying the suspects must implicate Floyd. And I told even the president about him being involved on the possible assassination of Floyd. He knows that, and I will repeat it in public.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Please take your seats.
Thank you very much.
Please. Honorable Minister, just a minute. Honorable Minister, just a second, please. Just a second, please. Just a second. Honorable members, the rules, please sit down, honorable member. Please sit down. Please sit down. No member can take the floor and speak unless a presiding officer says so. So please sit down. Please sit down. Please take your seat. Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable members, can I once again make this plea? Let us please stop from using point of orders to make speeches. Let us please stop using point of orders to make speeches. Minister, please proceed.
Thank you very much. The third point on this one, I will never allow the South African Police Service to be another Polokwane where we will milk it down and make sure that it dies. I'll never allow that to happen. That will take care of it and will make sure that we stay far. We don't come to run that organization. Third point, there is one thing common about you and me. So Babil Sakultswa Okoko. But my grandma told me one thing, that when a pig takes your banana and runs to the pigsty, don't follow it. Allow the pig to swim alone in that muddy style. Receive my safety and security greeting this morning on behalf of the selfless men and women in blue who are the cold face of responding to gruesome crime scenes on the daily basis. By the way, the president of the FF is the only person that has called the police to be attacked in their houses. May they call that attack their wives, attack their children, maybe that's why police are killed. I've never had that being withdrawn. Maybe that's why today we're in trouble. Dedicated detectives who continue to solve complicated cases and further secure significant life sentences in the violent crime. And in the name of the fallen heroes who are killed in the line of duty while serving and protecting fellow South Africans. Honorable members, I wish to anchor this debate on the wise words of late civil rights activist John Lewis. During a trying times and difficult, he reminded Americans and humanity as a whole of their collective responsibility and power when he said, I quote, "When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, we have to speak up. We have to say something, we have to do something," close quotes. Allow me to use these words to emphasize the importance of the community-centered approach in the overall and overarching and overarching fighting against crime. If communities can do justice to what Lewis argues, then police and communities can eventually realize the vision of halving violent crime in our country in the prescribed time. If the community members of KwaZakhele, KwaMashu, Khayelitsha, Soweto, Gugulethu, Margate, and the criminal underworld syndicates can speak up and do something, then the results will show. We are also making a clarion call to other sections of society, be the academia, business, the clergy, the media, and the organized groupings. Don't be spectators, join the fight against crime. I will have to remind that today is the 10th year since the murder of young girl that was killed by his boyfriend. She did not die alone. There are others that are still dying today. The name is Rina Steenkamp. That's Rina Steenkamp who was killed. And there are other young ladies that are still killed today. Karabo Mkwena, Jennifer Mhlombi, Tsakofela Pule, Ntokozo Kaba, and Nostelo Mtembeni Cleo Tiko. I want to make a call today, a clarion call, especially to women, especially to DA women, that as we see these problems of gender-based violence, they could not have allowed their leader to say the statement that she said about his ex-wife. Yes, he called her a flat chicken. He called her a roadkill. A roadkill is an animal. A roadkill is an animal that you kill and you don't care. For the leader to raise that statement and the women don't say anything is a serious indictment. So I'm making a clarion call to speak to your leader, to say he cannot be ready to lead this country when he still look at women as a roadkill, when he calls women as flat chickens. So I'm making that clarion call. So we have responded. We thank the President very much that he has responded to the crime to strengthen the police by giving us 10,000 members of the South African police that we trained last year, and we are also training 10,000 this year. And that will help to the visibility of police, but also it will help us to give us a pool to train the special units to be able to respond to the crime and different kinds of crime that are happening in South Africa. It doesn't mean that we are not responding at the present time. There are many people that have been arrested, especially in the infrastructure mafia, including those that we have arrested come at the problem of escort. We are continuing to pull those things together. Last year alone, we have arrested 4,909 people that have committed gender-based violence, almost 200 of them in the last 12 months alone. 189 of them have been given life sentence. We agree that we do need to deal with the issue of illegal firearms. It is on that score that at least 65,952 firearms illegal have been destroyed in the previous year. We will continue to hunt these guns. We will continue to strengthen the law that people must be safe when we collect these illegal firearms. But to South Africa, let's come together, let's work together in dealing especially with the gender-based violence. That invitation also goes to the Honorable Mr. Steenhuisen, to say, Mr. Steenhuisen, we want to hear you apologizing to abuse a young woman who came to work in your office and was a wife of your colleague, and you took that wife of your colleague, you divorced your own wife, and you took that young girl. She is your wife today, but the women around you are quiet, are not saying anything, and you come in this podium, you talk about gender-based violence. So you better go and fix yourself. Minister, if not, we'll help you. Thank you very much, everybody.
The Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Mente, I'm recognizing Honorable Mente. I recognize Honorable Mente, but it does seem as if Honorable Malima
Thank you, Chair.
wants to speak.
Thank you very much. We really cannot, with you, Chair, sitting there, allow a situation where the minister drags a wife of the leader of the opposition and she's not here. No, you can't do the nonsense you are doing, because when we're starting to respond, we are going to be in the wrong. We shouldn't use the women to fight our own political battles here, to a point where allegations that cannot be confirmed are being said here, and you allow that to happen. That degeneration, Honorable Chair, happened previously, and when we responded, you were the complainants. We cannot sit here and allow the minister to abuse the wife of the leader of the opposition in the name of fighting GBV. That is a women abuse what he did here and cannot be accepted. He must be called to order and to withdraw that unconditionally.
Honorable members, honorable members, I have warned you continuously and have called on you not to raise allegations and matters that will require us as members to come forward with substantive motions. I've asked you over and over again. But more importantly, I've warned you against the use of offensive language. So I'm pleading with you. That if we want this House to manage its business in a way that is productive, in a way that ensures dignity of the House, in a way that ensures that the decorum of the House is maintained, all of us must cooperate. The issue that has been raised by the minister will be pursued. For now, we will proceed and have the Honorable Western Cape Premier. Please proceed.
Honourable Chairperson of this august House, Mr. President, Leader of the Opposition, honourable members of this National Assembly, it is actually a privilege to be able to be part of this debate, but I must say that this debate on the state of our nation is at a critical time. Our nation is actually in a disaster. Not only a declaration of disaster, but so many components of our society are absolutely in a state of disaster. I'm only going to focus on two things in this debate. I want to focus on the energy crisis. And I'm going to start off by, Honourable Minister and the Presidency, putting some numbers on the table, some facts. You called for the facts. It has been over 5,500 days since South Africa first experienced rolling blackouts in our country. It has been almost 3,000 days since the then Deputy President, the now President Cyril Ramaphosa, was made responsible for the Eskom war room. Nearly 3,000 days. Remember that number. It has been over 200 days since the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, addressed the nation with his crisis interventions after 3 weeks of the worst load shedding and power cuts that we had ever experienced. This was on the 25th of July last year, more than 200 days ago. We have had 167 days of power cuts since September 2022, only 2 days without rolling blackouts across our country. As the Leader of the Opposition says, more than 1,000 hours of load shedding in our country. And our response, we already have 3 ministers who are responsible in one way or another to make sure that we fix this problem. We have now the announcement of a new Minister of Energy. And then we declare a disaster, which brings another minister in play. So now we have 4 ministers responsible for fixing this problem, and we put another minister of disasters on top of those 4 ministers and say, you must now go and fix this problem. I say to this House that this is an imperial presidency. This is political rhetoric. It is about lavish spending, no detail, and contradictory information on sorting out this absolutely disastrous problem that every citizen of our country is facing. Do you know that we cannot get real clarity on real detail of where we are with this disaster? I have attended many meetings, and I will tell you about that clarity, because the same minister says we want the facts. I'll tell you one fact. Since the then president called that disaster committee over 200 days ago, we have not seen 1 more megawatt come into our energy system. Not one. That's a fact. There have actually been less megawatts in our system since that meeting was called on the 25th of July, 2022. And when I say we need clarity, I've actually written to the president because the clarity is so glaringly missing. If you go to the PCC and you see what is said there, where they say up to 8,822 megawatts will be brought in this year into our energy provision. I'll say that again, 8,822. But when you start interrogating the 2023 8,822 megawatts, the first thing that comes into that mix is 1,621 megawatts from our neighboring countries. Don't we sell power to our neighboring countries? Are we going to send it to them and then get it back? So far, we're hearing that it's not 1,625, but it's maybe 300. Let's talk about the Kusile component of that 8,800 megawatts. That's 2,880 megawatts. The 2,880 megawatts comes from Unit 1, 2, and 3 of Kusile plus Unit 5. Now, if you know anything about Kusile, you'll know Unit 5 is only coming online next year, and when it comes on, it's got to be trialed first. So that's not this year, that's next year. We also know that Unit 1, 2, and 3, and I didn't get this from my letter to the President, I got this from my own meetings, myself going to look for myself, to find out for myself. Those 3 flues, of which the one is totally collapsed, are filled with a build-up inside, one could call it soot, sometimes up to 60 centimeters thick. To solve that problem is at least, from the professionals, 10 months. At least. That takes us to the end of the year. How on earth are we going to get those 3 units back in? So every single detail that's been put on the table is rubbish. How are we supposed to work with that, Mr. President? I also want to say that the urgency that we're hearing now is way too late. Way too late. Can I also say to you that now 5 days after the SONA and declaring a disaster to sort out this emergency of power production in our country, we have not seen the regulations yet. And that is actually where the problems lie. If we don't get the regulations right, the whole thing will fail. But I can also say to you that this province will play its part. We've already started putting forward our comments on the regulations. I also want to say one other thing that was said from this podium today about how we're going to solve this problem, and we spoke about the Eskom debt. Here's a fact, Minister. The fact is, we are going to take that debt and remove it from Eskom, so-called write it off. And what will we do? We'll add that debt back on to the debt carried by the citizens and the taxpayers of this country. So those that are paying their electricity are now going to have to pay the debt of everyone else who hasn't paid their electricity. That is totally unacceptable. That's a fact, Minister. Where is the urgency, I ask, to the government of this country? You know that on the 24th of February last year, almost a year ago, there was some colonization taking place in the Northern Hemisphere. The Russian government invaded the Ukraine nearly a year ago. And what was the consequence of that illegal war? The consequence was an energy crisis in another part of the world, in Europe, because Russia provides gas to much of Europe. Europe knew that there was an energy crisis on the way. So 200 days after the president announced this action plan, not 1 megawatt extra. In Germany, when they knew that 17% of their energy production is going to be at risk because they were not going to get Russian gas, they built a brand new gasification system. That took 192 days, done and dusted, ready to operate. 192 days, less time than it took between the announcement by the president and not 1 megawatt. The Dutch went better than that. They also had the same risk in energy, and they took 160 days to create their own gasification import systems so that they could mitigate their energy risks going into their winter. 160 days. And we are sitting at 200 days and not even 1 megawatt.
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
I now need to conclude, and I haven't even spoken about safety or murder. Do you know, Chair, that wasn't mentioned by the President? The 18.7% increase in murder in the Eastern Cape of 4,407 people last year, the 5,570 people murdered in Gauteng, the 6,495 people murdered in KZN.
Your time is up.
And the 4,109 people murdered in this province. That minister never said a word about it, and neither did that president, and that minister must go. So must this ANC government.
No, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Honourable Olumisa.
Our chairperson, Honourable President, Deputy President, Honourable Speaker, and Honourable members. Mr. President, the UDM believes that the people you should have relied on to implement your plans and strategies are not only your cabinet members. The technocrats in government, in particular accounting officers, have been sidelined for years, and those responsible for oversight have overstepped their boundaries for far too long. This makes government ineffective. Mr. President, I would like to touch upon 3 issues that South Africans have raised with the UDM. Issue 1 concerns the pensions of those who were employed in the SABC states in 1970 and to 80s. These people made a considerable contribution, totaling billions, to the pensions that were inherited by GEPF, that is now managed by the PIC. Their concerns center around the calculation of their pensions, which had an effective date starting in 1996. They feel that there is a major error in how their pensions are being calculated. They have raised these concerns with the PIC, GEPF, and the Ombudsman Office of the Pensions. to no avail, and there is much unhappiness regarding this issue. As a result, they find themselves in court with their limited resources. The UDM would suggest that government must appoint a team of experts to clear out this crisis, and that they work with pensioners' organizations who represented this group. Some people have in the meantime passed away, waiting for a solution. Therefore, please, Mr. President, let this problem be solved once and for all. The other one is the issue of military veterans, Mr. President. The military veterans' pensions, regulations, and benefits, as recently proposed by the Minister of Defense, has also been a bone of contention. Through these regulations, ex-MK and by extension rather, ex-APLA veterans are being elevated above their military pensioners, rather above other military pensioners, and thus violates the Military Veterans Act of 2011. We must remind ourselves that there was no outright winner between black and white, militarily speaking, in the armed struggle. We agreed to all to sit down around the table and broker peace. So no one can claim the right to dictate the rules and regulations against others. We asked the President to ask the Minister of Defense not to go ahead with these regulations, which are contradictory to the Act and the spirit of the integration or integrated armed forces. This behavior will affect the morale of the serving men and women and those who are retired. It is a fact that we must thank the opposition parties in this country for playing a meaningful role in affecting change in South Africa. The ruling party outright rejected former public protector's Thuli Madonsela's state capture findings. The pressure exerted by the opposition benches led to the establishment of the Zondo Commission, which showed in no uncertain terms how state resources have been misused. For example, the country has been delivered into the grips of load shedding, whilst corruption has shelled all the money that was meant to develop the power generating infrastructure of South Africa. Certainly, Mr. President, the ruling party on this one had benefited through Hitachi and Chancellor House deals. And I wish to remind you, Mr. President, you have considered that where corruption is concerned, the ruling party is accused, number one. Lastly, the Zondo Commission's report has been generating dust here in Parliament. We would prefer that the leader of government business in Parliament must monitor the process and the implementation of the Zondo Commission's findings. He should also advise as to how the other serious evidence slipped through the Commission's processes and how the veracity of that evidence be tested. It would, however, be a mistake to wait for the current speaker to drive the debate, as she is conflicted. The Bosasa offshoot company, Jambu Holdings, which she was part of, received millions and millions of rands in tenders from the state. Bosasa, as we all know, was cited in the commission. So, agana wikopela le AYA party ayo. Thank
you very much. We will now proceed, Honorable Brank.
Honorable members, last year the National Assembly had the chance to amend the Disaster Management Act to prevent the further abuse of government power under a national state of disaster. At the time, the government's monumental mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic was still fresh in the minds of ordinary South Africans. The mismanagement, the corruption, the shutdown of entire industries that was in defiance of evidence at the time. Talk about not leaving anybody behind. Millions of South Africans were left behind and are still behind because of the last national state of disaster. The lockdown taught us that the Disaster Management Act, as it stands, has got serious constitutional defects, making it a dangerous weapon in the hands of incompetent ministers who only care about command and control. Section 27 gives one cabinet minister the power to invoke a national state of disaster, and this gives that minister, presently the Honorable Dlamini Zuma, extraordinary powers to make and break laws. There's no requirement that a declaration of this nature should be tabled or debated in Parliament. Parliament cannot amend regulations issued under a national state of disaster or veto them. And this decree of a national state of disaster can be rolled over again and again and again by the stroke of a ministerial pen, so that in theory, this country can be governed under a perpetual national state of disaster. This is why the DA is challenging Section 27 of the Disaster Management Act. But had the ANC and the majority in Parliament not blocked that amendment to the Disaster Management Act last year, Parliament could have solved the problem by its own initiative. At the time, the DA sounded the following warning, that the government's handling of COVID-19 was worse because it had too much power, and the same was going to be true of the next disaster. And so here we are again. In the ordinary sense of the word, the electricity crisis in South Africa and our reliance on Eskom is a disaster. It is an ANC-sponsored disaster. The cumulative effect of decades of cadre deployment, state capture, race-based recruitment and procurement, and a stubborn ideological refusal to let go of the state's energy monopoly. But let's not be under any illusions. Declaring a national state of disaster will not conjure a solution to the energy crisis. On the contrary, if what the President has in mind is a COVID-19-like response to this, we can only prepare for a worse disaster. We can only prepare for a worse disaster. As for removing the blockages that do exist in the way of cost-effective and quick decisions being made at Eskom, as well as the eventual reform of the electricity sector, the President does not require a national state of disaster. Think of the unbundling of Eskom, or the failure to unbundle Eskom. 4 years ago, the President made this announcement, and there is still no separate entity and board for electricity transmission. No progress made on upgrading the grid, without which we cannot uptake the privately generated wind and solar that we so desperately need. The President's own erstwhile advisor, Anton Eberhard, says that it is Minister Pravin Gordhan, the Minister of Public Enterprises, that is blocking the unbundling of Eskom, actively undermining the unbundling of Eskom. Think of the 3,000 megawatt combined cycle gas plant that had to be built in Richards Bay, which Eskom applied to the Minister of Energy, the Honorable Mantashe. That application was made in January last year. It took the minister 5 months to reply, only to tell them he wants further information. He then forwards the application to NERSA. It takes NERSA another 6 months to inform Eskom that they'd followed the wrong process, start all over again. In this 11 months of bureaucratic, what would you call it? Bureaucratic bungling, ministerial incompetence, the country's energy generating capacity deteriorated to the point of stage 7 and 8 load shedding. Dink aan die 150 miljoen liter diesel wat Eskom elke maand moet brand. En natuurlik verwelkom die DA die president se versekering dat daar genoeg geld sal wees vir diesel. Maar dieselfde minister Mantashe het Eskom se aansoek om diesel teen groot maatpryse aan te koop van die hand gewys. Blykbaar omdat hulle een of ander bergingsregulasie nie aan voldoen nie. As hierdie lisensie toegestaan word, as Eskom diesel teen grootmaatpryse kan aankoop, kan dit R6 per liter spaar, 'n besparing van biljoene vir die Suid-Afrikaanse belastingbetalers. Replacing Minister Gordhan and Mantashe, the Tweedledee and Tweedledum of the electricity crisis, does not require a national state of disaster. And while we're on Minister Mantashe, he should really not attack the EFF from this podium, because he is in coalition with the EFF in Johannesburg. That's how these things work. But even discounting ministerial incompetence, Mr. Chairperson, even discounting that, there are regulations that stand in the way of quick and effective decisions being made to stabilize Eskom. To this list, we can add preferential procurement and BEE. To abridge these rules, regulations, and ministerial determinations does not require a national state of disaster. In terms of Section 44 sub 2 and 3 of the Constitution, the President can bring a set of measures to Parliament narrowly focused on solving Eskom's problems, including exemptions to preferential procurement, BEE, diesel storage requirements at Eskom, and anything else that hinders an effective disaster response. In fact, if you look at the BEE Act, at the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, current ministers can allow Eskom exemptions from this legislation. This is the kind of ring-fenced disaster response that the DA envisages, and which the President can still take up if he really wants to solve this crisis. But in the meantime, Chairperson, we have no other option as the Democratic Alliance but to challenge this latest state of disaster in court, if only to prevent an even bigger disaster. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the Minister of Trade, Competition and Industry.
NCOP Chairperson, Mr. President, honorable members, fellow South Africans. While our debate today rightly focuses on local challenges, the world within which we navigate our economic prosperity is changing rapidly, with more uncertainty, volatility, complexity, and ambiguity. Several megatrends are profoundly reshaping the global economy. They will impact on our lives. The State of the Nation address sets out a number of steps that this government is taking so that South Africa can respond to these. These megatrends include, first, the impact of climate change on societies and economies that limits carbon-intensive growth, but also brings opportunities with green industrialization. Second, the new geopolitics of a sharply polarizing world, which will shape decisions on investment and procurement. And third, technological innovation, particularly in artificial intelligence, that will change the skills we need, the jobs that will decline, and the jobs that will grow. These developments occurred simultaneously with the most severe disruptions in supply chains in decades, impacting on factories in South Africa and elsewhere. They highlight the importance of what President Ramaphosa referred to on Thursday night as resilience. In their eagerness to point score an election year, the opposition speakers this morning missed these major trends taking place in the world. The State of the Nation address, in contrast, sets out key elements to build South Africa's resilience. 6 of these measures are addressing the pressing challenges of energy, building a larger African market for our goods and services, boosting investment in the economy, developing sector compacts around local production, broadening ownership and economic inclusion, and promoting local innovation. While the DA was flip-flopping on its own call for a national state of disaster, and the EFF indulged in disruptive tactics on Thursday night, government was setting out steps to deal with the serious, the pressing, and the urgent challenges of energy supply. Energy shortages are damaging the economy, requiring a focus on fixing coal power stations and expanding renewable energy. In a recent visit to Saudi Arabia, the President addressed companies to invest in our energy sector. One such firm, Aqua Power, is building a large solar plant in Postmasburg in the Northern Cape, a town with evidence of a history of innovation stretching back to the Khoisan people who mined there more than 1,000 years ago. This power plant will generate and also store up to 12 hours of solar energy for release when there's no sunlight. With 100 megawatts of energy, it expects to cover up to 200,000 households from this one plant. Air Liquide will this year start building a 220 megawatt solar plant in Humansdorp, while, as Minister Mantashe says, several other energy plants are currently being built. To speed up energy supply, a number of government departments like the DTIC have lifted red tape and provided more flexibility to the build program. To enable companies and competitors to cooperate on energy matters, we will finalize a set of targeted exemptions from the Competition Act within 4 weeks, and the Competition Tribunal will consider new measures to speed up hearings on competition cases relating to energy. To provide for a just transition, we're mobilizing support for workers to be retrained, for renewable energy components to be made locally, and for a special focus on Mpumalanga. Incidentally, the DA speaks about crossing the Rubicon, Honorable Steenhuisen. History records that when Caesar crossed that river, it marked the start of an era when he broke the law, when he brought his troops into Italy, when he started the civil war, and he became a dictator for life. Be careful what you wish for. And the DA itself crossing the Rubicon, oh boy, given your policies, it's about crossing the river while abandoning the poor, discarding the elderly, and sacrificing the lowest paid in society. The abandoned communities of Iterileng in DA Rand Tshwane, whose mayor has just resigned, and Masipumelele in DA Rand Cape Town, living in misery, will confirm that. Only a small minority will reach the other side of your Rubicon. So while the DA wished that the President metaphorically crossed the Rubicon River in Italy, this government is working with 53 other African countries across the Limpopo to bring into operation a vast new African continental free trade area. Our exports to the rest of the world is growing after the disruptions of COVID. SARS reports that global exports have now surpassed 2 trillion rand and grew by a healthy 11% last year. Already we're trading more with our neighbors, exporting nearly 500 billion rand in goods to other African countries, our highest level ever. What's more, nearly 3/4 of this are exports of manufactured goods, value-added exports which create jobs. We've reached record levels of exports of products to other African countries last year, ranging from cosmetics to trucks. But we can do more. The AFCFTA is an agreement that will reduce import tariffs and restrictions to make it easier to trade goods and services between African countries. On Thursday, the President noted that South Africa and 4 neighbors will shortly be submitting a joint offer on products where import tariffs will be reduced for the AFCFTA. 2 days later, on Saturday, we tabled that offer at a meeting of the AFCFTA trade ministers in Gaborone. These are important steps in driving the development of our continent. A stronger Africa is a stronger South Africa. While the EFF mobilizes on the streets with fake militaristic rhetoric, having lost the debate in this House, and the DA complains of 5 disastrous years, government secured private sector pledges to invest more than 1 trillion rand in the economy. Members of Parliament may wonder, how will that pledges be realized? Let me give a few examples to illustrate the impact on production, on jobs, on opportunities. Example 1, the new SABC plant in KZN that opened in September last year produces pulp that goes into the making of viscose fabrics, tablets, and other products. Young fashion designer Tsepo Mohlala uses a rayon from the pulp for his new jeans range. Rural communities benefit. Example 2, Google announced a large investment in October to open an undersea cable between South Africa, West Africa, and Europe, significantly expanding our ability to do business, to run Zoom meetings, and complete cross-border financial transactions. Example 3, the recently opened Hesto Harness plant employs 4,000 workers in Kwadukuza. Nokwazi Mbele is an electrical engineer, one of a number of women creating jobs through localizing the electrical distribution systems that connects car batteries, engines, lights, air cons, and more. Jobs for young people, Honorable Malema, unlike what you assert. Had time permitted, I would have provided details of many other projects, like the opening of the new Corobrik brick factory in Carltonville, or the Polarium plant that's manufacturing lithium battery modules, or food factory carry ingredients, or call centers open in Cape Town due to DTIC incentives. All of these, the product of this government, working together with business, brings jobs to communities across the country. While the DA coalition of small parties is unraveling, and the EFF tries to divide the nation, this government is building greater cohesion between South Africans in the economy through social compacts or master plans in steel, in car production, in clothing, in furniture, in poultry, in sugar, in agro-processing, and in global business services. These master plans require something from everyone. The sugar master plan is stabilizing a still troubled industry and saving jobs. The clothing master plan is shifting the sourcing decisions of major retailers. The global business services master plan is creating jobs. The auto master plan is re-industrializing the economy. Ask Honorable Steenhuisen. He will know that in Gauteng, 10 newly built factories opened in the Tshwane Auto Special Economic Zone last year, producing parts for the Ford Ranger. A total of 3,200 new jobs were created in the factory and its suppliers. And the new vehicle will be exported to more than 100 countries across the world. In the Eastern Cape, the new Isuzu G-Max began rolling off the production line in Gqeberha in April. We'll build on all of this with a shift to hybrid and electric vehicles, including pursuing our interest in deepening the value chain in electric vehicle components, including battery production. While the DA is engulfed in a kindergarten leadership crisis, unable to hold onto even its black leaders, its own leaders, this government is working to widen the base for economic activity, promoting worker ownership in the economy, promoting black industrialists. Today, the Commission gazetted the new market inquiry on fresh food produce markets. It's about opening that up for new entrants. In the next 3 months, the Commission will conclude its market inquiry into online and digital services such as property, food ordering, accommodation, and general e-commerce service. It's about opening those sectors. The President spoke about the inaugural Black Industrialists Conference held last year. They include black industrialists like Dalisu, who began commercial production in Mkondo of anhydrous sodium sulfate to replace imports, or Brimmer's Engineering that manufactures industrial valves and pumps, or Cape Bio that makes enzymes used in molecular biology research and diagnostics, or Microfinish that manufactures safety components for internal combustion engines and exports 98% of its production to the EU, to the US, and to the UK. These are black-owned firms, black excellence driving industrialization in our economy. The past year saw greater levels of worker ownership in the economy. More than 400,000 workers own shares in firms they work for, including Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, ShopRite, Imperial, Consul Grass, Burger King, many mining companies and elsewhere. Not politically connected people, Honorable Steenhuisen, but workers like Makoma Senosha, Nkobile Yende, and Cornelius Grevaar. They earn dividends from these shares, real benefits to South Africans. In some cases, nominated representatives sit on the boards of those companies, bringing the voice of workers into corporate thinking, and at the same time, giving workers an insight into the strategic thinking and challenges faced by companies. And while the DA and the EFF have shown in the SONA debate an absence of ideas and ability only to puff up, wind is not ideas, heat is not energy. We in turn published a green hydrogen commercialization strategy for public comment. And this is about seeking to use South African sunlight, wind and minerals to position us as a leader in the production of this exciting clean energy. Honorable members, the year ahead is still tough, with strong headwinds and energy shortages that will still limit our growth. We're working on it. And the country faces many challenges. But in these most difficult of times, we need to work together more, implement better, and focus on community needs. Join us, let's roll up our sleeves and be part of the national effort to build the economy and build our nation's hope and resilience. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now break for lunch, but please note the following. That lunch will be served at the banqueting hall on the second floor. And for those members who may wish to go back to Parliament, Mark's Building restaurant is open. And as is the procedure, members pay for their own lunch, as we all know, and we reconvene at 14:15. Thank you very much. When all the information is made available. Yes, Floyd? Honorable Floyd.
No, thank you very much. First, we do not know what item you're speaking on now, in terms of the intervention that we're making now. And what you have just spoken to now is not a reflection of reality. The Speaker said animals out in the process of the EFF members of Parliament going out of, it's on record. And that is why we have written to the Rules Committee to lodge a complaint against her, and we've already tabled a motion of no confidence, which we are sure is going to be successful against her, because that was the most irresponsible thing to could ever be said by anyone here. So we will be able to illustrate that, and there won't be any way we are going to hide that in terms of these issues. So let's wait for the process of the Rules Committee to deal with that, instead of trying to shortcut us here in this particular. So there can't be record of Parliament that says that there was no such thing said, because it was said here by an extremely irresponsible and reckless speaker.
Yeah. I'm sure the information is meant for noting, and the issues will be pursued as indicated. Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker is going to be the Premier, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members, we are honored to stand here on this august house on behalf of the African National Congress to join the millions of South Africans in welcoming the State of the Nation address delivered by His Excellency, the President Ramaphosa. Honorable members, we listened to Inganekwane from EDA, the coalition of corruption led by the DA at Tshwane, Johannesburg, and Ekurhuleni. Honorable members, this has been exposed, none other than the Auditor General. This corruption was exposed by the Auditor General And these municipalities have literally collapsed. The municipality and the people are not getting services. The instability and the wholesale failure to deliver quality services to municipal residents is attributed to the DA and its incompetent leaders. Honorable members, there is consensus in society that the State of the Nation address was apt, depiction of the situation of this country as it is. There was no bending of the facts, underestimating the challenges, and cooking of statistics. The SONA was a clear demonstration of the level of respect the ANC-led government has had on the people of South Africa. Honorable members, at times such as this one, where we find ourselves as a nation requiring leadership, and unfortunately, I can't say the same to the honorable members who will squeal and shout as if they are babies and kids. The 2023 State of the Nation address set us apart to our post-COVID-19, post-floods, post-crisis seasons with projects and programs that are necessary to accelerate transformative journey that we've had to undertake to get things done and things back on track. When we were hit by the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal, President Ramaphosa was the first on the ground to rescue KwaZulu-Natal. Never have been the president that we have seen walking the talk. When COVID-19 hit in 2020, President Ramaphosa led from the front. So I stand here, honorable members, on behalf of the people of our province, to confirm that KwaZulu-Natal has rebounded and is recovering from the effects of the triple challenges, and almost all the sectors of our economy are showing signs of positive recovery. We can say with certainty that we are now back to full restoration in the areas of water, in concern with the priorities to the vital services that were needed to be provided to our people. We can honestly say that we have recently commissioned Aqueduct 1 and the reservoir, which was extensively damaged by the floods. This is now producing more volumes of potable water to supply many parts of eThekwini Metro than it did before. We have completed Utongati water scheme and currently addressing the reticulation challenges for our areas such as Hambanati. Repairs to damaged pipeline that supplies Umlazi, including Prince Mshiyeni Hospital, are at an advanced stage to full recovery to restore the water supply. Before someone speaks of the death of ignorance, let me mention that there is progress on the issues of the beaches. We are resolving the challenges to the sanitation infrastructure that affected our beaches. Most of our beaches are now open and water quality is being monitored and on the weekly basis. I wish to assure the holiday makers that indeed Durban and KwaZulu-Natal is open ukuthi abantu bezojabula. We have also quickly attended to the northern wastewater treatment. I wish I could say the same for the DA-run municipality in Cape Town because they were not affected by floods. Your Excellency, the President, the many flood victims who were left homeless and destitute in April and May 2022 have followed the state of the address in their dignified temporary accommodation. It is thanks to the caring ANC government led by you, Mr. President, and your ministers, Minister of Human Settlement, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Road Transport, and all other ministers that worked with us throughout. Not a single one of the victims of flood spent Christmas in the mass community centers. They all spent Christmas in the flats. We were with our people up until the 25th of December, Mr. President, and we even had Christmas lunches with them on the 25th, 24, right up to the 31st, because we wanted to make sure that when we talk about the fact that our people are now living in a dignified flats and places, we knew what we were talking about. We have provided privacy to the families and individuals who lost their homes in floods. Progress is also being made in linking all of these temporary flats with the land parcels. We have up to date secured 8 land parcels which will be used for permanent housing solutions in the western, northern, and southern regions, totaling to about 325 million that is needed, and that has been set aside already. I wish to say, honorable members, that our people know better than some of the members who shout out of their voices from a place of ignorance. Honorable Speaker, our province suffered massive road infrastructure damages as a result of the floods. Our estimates are that we needed more than 5.7 billion to be spent in more than 1,372 flood damage projects. We have worked with SANRAL. We have completed the road in no time, the port access roads, the Solomon Mahlangu, a big portion of M4, N2, R102. All these strategic routes were affected by floods, and they are now open. SANRAL has also just appointed a service provider to fix the N2 Umgababa and N2 Umhlali bridge. When we deliver the state of our province, we will be able to say more about the work that we are doing with SANRAL. We will also be creating the work, the support for our SMMEs, because in all the work that we have been doing, SMMEs have been involved, and a lot of young people have also been involved, including those that have been learning on the job in some of these projects. Emerging position is that most of the small businesses have reopened. At the same time, substantial percentage of big businesses have also been back to normal following the unrest that befell our province. The rebuilding work continues. Toyota, one of our biggest car manufacturers, and many businesses in the South Durban Basin are now back to business and are investing even more in our province. Through the efforts that you have put in, Mr. President, we have attracted billions of rands worth of investment from local and international investors. And the Minister Minister Patel already spoke at length about some of these projects, including SABC. And SABC has even opened opportunities for small businesses, young entrepreneurs who are designing and taking advantage of the value chain at SABC. Some of them are in fashion designing, some of them are doing various things, and they have opened their own businesses, and those are jobs. Wilma Group has also invested, Hester Hannes, and Hester Hannes, Mr. President, they are even now looking for more land because they want to extend, and you've heard the Minister talking about some of the women that are already supplying the Hester Hannes company. Tetra Pak carry ingredients and many other projects, Mr. President, that you announced during your investor conference are up and running, and they are creating massive job opportunities. And to date, the province have also attracted greenfield investment that we are very proud of having worked with your office, including the infrastructure office. We also welcome your progress report, Mr. President, on the work that is being done on the National Ports Authority, and we really wish to impress upon our government to ensure that we really get our port back to being competitive as KwaZulu-Natal, as a strategic logistic corridor for Africa. We welcome the President's intervention on pressing matters to secure a reliable supply of energy. We have been warned by the wise that instead of casting darkness, let us light a candle, dance in the storm to innovate and find better ways of illuminating our world. In this regard, as KwaZulu-Natal, we have taken various steps to secure energy supply, with the province being very well positioned for alternative energy generation, green hydrogen, electricity, bioethanol from our sugar, and biomass as well that we already have in many of our houses. Our Executive Council has also approved a team working on alternative energy generation, including work with municipalities to fast-track energy generation. I was very sad to hear my learned friend, the Honorable Premier of Western Cape, saying there is nothing that is being done, because I've attended meetings with my Honorable Premier of Western Cape, and I remember his words after the President has delivered his report, saying he is so excited with hearing the President talking about the progress that is being made. We welcome this intervention, Mr. President. I'm really very sad because he said this on his own. We welcome the battery of intervention announced in the areas of job creation, the wealth creation investment, and many other opportunities that will be open for our people. President, you showed that Amilcar Cabral meant when he said, hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mask no mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories. Honorable members, we are happy to say that in working with our communities, our military veterans had a very successful summit in KwaZulu-Natal, a national summit. And from that national summit that was held by our military veterans, there's a number of initiatives that are being opened and that we are following up, including the digital economy, that we are going to be bringing them into that space. We are also discussing with a number of municipalities with a view of helping them with policy of ensuring that our military veterans do benefit, including the MOU that is being done with the Department of Education of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable members, also I wish to indicate that it was very disturbing when one of the senior mining executives of Sibanye, the CE, Neil Froman, in the Bloomberg article titled Investors on Strike in South Africa, which appeared both on Business Day and Business Tech editions of the 7th of February, where he argues that because of a general loss of confidence, business is now effectively on strike. The book of Marxism poem and antidote warns us that the types of the friends like Foreman declares that they come to you when the sky is crystal clear and they disappear when the same sky is overcast and with dark clouds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Zungula.
Molo Manyawus. Umhle kakhulu mama kulo white. Parliament belongs to the people of South Africa, and members must not be intimidated from doing what they elected to do. The presence of an elite police unit in the Chamber of Parliament speaks to the dictatorship that has crept in our country. It cannot be that state institutions will be unleashed on MPs in order to silence and intimidate them. No self-respecting member of Parliament can condone what happened last Thursday. The country is in a big crisis, a crisis of leadership. In fact, the people in leadership positions do not have the political will to solve the problems faced by the country. The problems of load shedding, post office retrenching workers, SOEs failing apart are self-created. We have a president that may have seriously violated the Constitution, may have seriously committed acts of misconduct, and life can't go on as usual. As a president who disregards our constitutional duty to hold you accountable, where do you get the moral authority to come and present SONA to the very same institution you do not believe can hold you accountable? We have a crisis of a president that will use every trick in the book to avoid accountability. Millions of citizens are languishing in the dark whilst crime is increasing. Drugs are killing the future of this country. Unemployment and hopelessness continue to be the adjectives most commonly associated with our young people. The real state of the nation tells us South Africa is a lawless country where kidnappings, mass shootings, extortions, construction mafias are on the rise. Traditional leaders are also under siege, and the silence from the government is telling. This lawlessness has even attracted people from far parts of the world to see our country as their destination for criminal activities. The porous borders compound the crime problem in our country. It's amazing that the elite police unit, which was in the chambers, is nowhere to be seen when communities are terrorized by illegal miners, when buildings are hijacked, police stations are robbed. Once again, they are nowhere to be seen to dismantle the forced prosecution rings, curb the ever-growing drug trade, things that are destroying the future of this country. Mr. President, you have failed to lead South Africa to prosperity. Everything has gone from bad to worse under your leadership. In 2018, when you took over, the unemployment rate was 25.6%. Now it is 33.9%. 47 people were killed every day. Now 72 people are killed daily. There was no load shedding in 2018. Now there's permanent load shedding for the next 2 years. The petrol price was 13 rands. Now it is 21 rands. Tata, asikuzondi xa sikuxelela inyani ukuba imbi imeko yeli lizwe. Xa umuntu ungamxeleli inyani uyamosha. And you need to ask yourself a question. What has changed for the better ever since you became president in South Africa? The best thing that can happen to the country right now is a resignation because ohlulakele. Your investment summits, task teams, commissions, creation of many ministries in the presidency, all to appear as if you are doing something, are not working. You took the intelligence to the presidency, yet there's an increase in mass murders, kidnappings and extortions. We have consolidated and created ministries in the presidency without any tangible results, yet you expect us to be happy with the appointment of a minister of electricity, whereas the MRE exists. You need capable engineers to fix ESCOM, not another ministry. When are the factories, eQuaqwa, eHammanskraal, eGcuwa, being revived to create meaningful jobs for our people and turn South Africa into a manufacturing hub? Stop celebrating the growing number of people who are dependent on grants. South Africans are able and they want to work. Give people dignity through jobs and create conditions for their businesses to thrive. The township economy needs to be transformed so that the primary beneficiaries can be people from those townships. You can come here, Mongameli, and posture as much as you want, but the reality and the facts speaks from themselves. The country is worse off under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Heron.
Thank you, House Chair.
House Chair, before I start, I must say it's impossible to avoid pointing out the absurdity of the DA suggesting that they can lead us across the Rubicon when they are still standing where P.W. Botha left them nearly 40 years ago. Just Nick, they can't even cross a stream when ordered to do so by the High Court. Next week, they will be in the Supreme Court of Appeals challenging a court order that says they have a duty to undo the Group Areas Act. They're going to go to court in the Supreme Court of Appeals and say that that is not their duty. It's absurd. House Chairperson, South Africa requires miracles to eliminate unemployment. If the economy was to achieve steady growth of 3% per annum for the next 14 years, which is nearly double the projections, the unemployment rate would be reduced to about 25%, but 8 million South Africans would still be without a job. No number of well-intended job creation schemes, entrepreneurial training, programs, red tape reduction projects will alter these numbers. In the absence of miracles, the President's words, extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures, simply do apply. Mr. President, we cannot maintain such a high number of unemployed people in the absence of decisive mitigation measures to ensure people do not starve. We have no choice but to adopt an expanded cash transfer system as part of a comprehensive social security system overhaul, as a means of supporting and ensuring social and economic justice, constitutional rights, and stability. The announcement that the 350 Rand per month COVID grant will be continued is rather less than we had hoped for this year's SONA. Given the magnitude of the crisis of unemployment and the destitution and hunger of millions of people, this year's speech was the perfect opportunity to unequivocally commit the state to implementing a basic income grant. A comprehensive social security system can and must be implemented with the necessary political will. Inefficient government perks and programs must be closed. The number of government departments should be reduced. At a provincial level, there's an urgent need to reconsider spending that occurs through Premier's offices, and regressive or ineffective tax expenditure must be shut down or fixed. If we did these things, Mr. President, we could prioritize the needs of the neediest by implementing a basic income grant. Mr. President, the greatest barrier to entrepreneurship is not training or red tape, it is access to finance. If the World Bank is correct, we can halve our unemployment rate if we achieve the same level of entrepreneurship as our peer countries. We therefore support your view that growth and the creation of jobs in our economy will be driven by medium and small enterprises, cooperatives, and informal traders or businesses. But we must invest far more substantially in ensuring access to finance. The plan to provide 1.4 billion Rand in financing to over 90,000 entrepreneurs and the commitment to establish a 10 billion Rand SMME growth fund are good plans. But the fact is that if this finance is to be administered by the Small Enterprise Finance Agency, then that rings alarm bells. It was SEFA that implemented the President's Spaza Shop support program during COVID. SEFA implemented a complicated system that eventually paid out a minuscule 7,000 Rand to a small but unknown number of Spaza shops and general dealers. Mr. President, we urge your government to ensure that access to finance means exactly that, and that viable projects don't die in long queues and unprepared SEFA offices. We agree, Mr. President, that we must stay on the path outlined by the National Energy Action Plan, no matter how difficult this is in the short term, to end load shedding and in parallel implement a just transition to renewable energy. But the country deserved a clear timeline and an explanation for the slippage that has already crept in to the implementation of that plan. Last July, the President announced that generation capacity to be procured through bid window 6 would be doubled from 2,600 megawatts to 5,200 megawatts. But the list of preferred bidders that were announced on the 8th of December only provide a contracted capacity of 860 megawatts. Also, Mr. President, it is not clear how a tax incentive will enable a large-scale rollout of rooftop solar panels. This sounds like a scheme that would work only for the rich. We propose, Mr. President, that your government pursues the PACE, Property-Assessed Clean Energy Funding Model, which links financing of expensive solar energy systems to property ownership, and where repayment is made through property owners' municipal rates accounts over a 20-year period. This will widely extend the financial ability of property owners to join the rooftop revolution.
Mr. Herron.
Finally,
Conclude.
Finally, Mr. President, we believe that you were wrong to chase the DA down the proposed rabbit hole of an electricity state of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Moll.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I propose that we give Honorable Zungula a second chance to come and debate SONA. He just came here and debated President Ramaphosa and said less about SONA. We must, from the onset, condemn the anarchic and destructive behavior that was displayed by some of the members of the House during the SONA. This is undermining Parliament, which is a critical component of our democracy. The conduct of some members was clearly not aimed at holding the President to account, but deliberately aimed at subverting our democracy, which we now understand is meant to appease the insatiable lust for power and relevance by some delusional individuals. What makes matters worse is that some, used gender-based violence, which is a serious problem in our country, for narrow political gains, and in the process, humiliated young and old people of South Africa. The people of South Africa have indeed seen them for who they are. Speaker, we call upon the presiding officers of Parliament to be firm against barbarism. We cannot use taxpayers' money to fly to Cape Town and attend SONA, get in the House, and behave like gang leaders of Amapara. Honorable Speaker, Oliver Regional Tambo, what does that? A country that does not invest in its youth does not deserve its future. In other words, the future of this country is linked to the support and investment provided to and for young people. As a consequence, we welcome the scrapping of experience for entry-level jobs. We are confident that it will help fight the scourge of youth unemployment. The ANC-led government has historically and continuously to demonstrate its commitment to the youth of this country through critical interventions made to cushion the youth from the brunt of unemployment. It is worth noting that the presidential employment stimulus has since its establishment created over 1 million job opportunities for unemployed youth, young people across the country in different sectors. In the education sector alone, 596,109 young people were beneficiaries of the program in about 32,000 schools across the country. This has a real impact for unemployed youth by providing them with the necessary work experience and skills which can be used as they transition to other work opportunities. I don't need it. This has further directly stimulated the economy. In addition to this public employment initiative, we wish to encourage young people to take full advantage of the NYDA grant program that is designed to provide young entrepreneurs with an opportunity to access both financial and non-financial business development support in order to enable them to establish or grow their businesses. There are many young people who have benefited from this and are doing well, such as Sibusiso Mahlangu, a 31-year-old whose company focuses on electrical control, instrumentations, mechanical engineering, and designs, which includes systematic integrations, industrial automations, and robotics technology. Through the grant funding program of the NYDA, he was able to obtain equipment for his business, which has enabled his business to overcome financial challenges and slow production lines. As a result, his profit has grown steadily, notwithstanding the global and domestic economic challenges. Notwithstanding the interventions made by the ANC-led government, South Africa is still faced with structural challenges which is felt by the youth. One particular manifestation of the crisis facing young people is that nearly 4 million of young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years are neither in education, employment, or training. These young people are largely from the black working class and poor families. There is a need to intensify and expand higher education capacity. There is further a need to popularize the second chance program aided learners that did not meet the requirements of the National Senior Certificate. For the sake of our future, we need to develop the skills of young people so that they become responsible citizens who constructively contribute to the development and growth of our country. In the face of high levels of unemployment, there is further a need to expand public employment programs. The presidential employment stimulus has demonstrated the possibilities for significantly scaling up and sustaining public employment to address the challenges of fraying social cohesion and gender inequalities linked to the broader social reproduction crisis facing poor and working class communities. South Africa, according to the World Bank, is the most unequal society in the world. We have the highest level of income inequality. Our wealth inequality is even greater, with youth unemployment sitting at 70%, majority being Black and African. The current situation is perpetuated by the systematic structural problems emanating from the stubborn legals of colonialism of special type, which is characterized by high levels of concentration, hyper-finalization, and barriers to entry for small enterprises, which inhibits the ability of youth to participate in the life of our economy. The rising interest rates also negatively impact the ability of SMMEs to obtain finance from financial institutions. It is important to note that the value of speculative capital of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange is around 3 times more than our gross domestic product. We are like a dog with a tail that is triple the size of the rest of the body. The realities of exclusion, poverty, and inequality are not unconnected to these realities. We have a financial sector that extracts value from the economy but does not add value. The lack of reinvestment from finance capital, particularly as it relates to the productive sectors of our economy like agriculture, manufacturing, and supporting SMMEs owned by young people, in a matter that our developmental state must tackle head-on and be decisive in this regard. We cannot have a financial sector that decides usually on discriminatory grounds whom to give finance to for developmental purposes that will respond to the inclusion of young people in the economy. The youth has the responsibility of taking charge of its future. As the ANC-led government, it is critical that we create a conducive environment for the youth to seize the myriad of opportunities presented in the State of the Nation address. This we need to do with clear intention and clarity without any apology. The youth of this country, we must invest in it. Honorable Speaker, we wish to warmly accept and welcome the apology you have made to the people of South Africa during the day of SONA. And we wish to say to you, that is the only apology you are going to make, and we have confidence in you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Masango.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Thina siyi-Democratic Alliance siyasithakasela isimemezelo sikaMangameli ohloniphekile sokuthi imali yesibonelelo sikahulumeni yokusiza abantu abahlaselwe indlala izokwelulwa nokuthi ezinye izibonelelo zizokwengezwa. Lesingakuthakazela kakhulu uma izinhlelo zokucubungula nokukhokha izibonelelo zisebenza ngendlela engenakukhwabanisa futhi nangendlela ebonelela abantu abasekuhluphekeni okukhulu. Bekungaba ngcono ukuba abafaka izicelo zesibonelelo bebengakwazi ukuxhumana nabasebenza kwaSASSA ezikhungweni zikaSASSA kuzwelonke. Bekungaba ngcono futhi uma abantu abafaka izicelo zabo zesibonelelo zigunyazwe kufanele ukuthi bakhokhelwe ngokusheshsha. Kungadingi ukuthi balinde izinyanga noma iminyaka ukuze bathole isibonelelo esiphuthumayo nebesihloselwe ukuthi siqoshe ikati eziko. Le mali yesibonelelo igcina isemakhukhwini abantu abasebenzayo, abanye abasebenzela yena lo hulumeni esikhuluma ngaye. Kuthi labo abafaka izicelo zabo behlupheke ngempela bagcine betshelwe ukuthi izicelo zabo aziphumelelanga. Well, House Chair, regarding the increase in other grant types, the announcement would provide much needed relief and hope to recipients of old age, disability and child grants if they did not have to wait for days or weeks before they received their promised grants. Somlomo sihlalo hloniphekile kusukela ngoNovember ka-2022 izigidi zezibonelelo azizange zikhokhwe ngesikhathi lokho kwenze ukuthi abantu bakhokhe imali yokugibela emba eqolo ukuze bathole izibonelelo zabo futhi bathenge nokudla nako okudulayo bebe bezama ukonga izibonelelo zabo zikahulumeni ukuthi zibaqhube kuze kuphele inyanga. In addition, a system that pays grants to non-eligible applicants while declining the unemployed makes it difficult to believe that the extensions and increases in grant budgets will make the difference it is meant to make. Between November 2022 and February 2023, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of grant beneficiaries waited for long periods due to what we are now told are systems glitches. This, Honorable Chairperson, affects people who are already struggling, who cannot afford to struggle for another day, let alone battle on for weeks for unpaid grants. Even the most resilient that we've heard about today will break under these circumstances. Honorable Speaker, these are not gripes from an opposition party, but they are a lived reality, the day-to-day, month-to-month dire straits experienced by millions of South Africans trapped in poverty and food insecurity caused by a government that stopped looking after its poor about 29 years ago. In a country buckling under 42 unemployment, where no less than 30.4 million people live below the upper poverty line, and where 27% of children are stunted, a phenomenon some are calling a slow violence of malnutrition, the Department of Social Development ought to be at the forefront of the fight against these ills. The department should have the systems, the resources, and partners geared towards ensuring services are rendered without glitches, are robust enough to absorb the shocks, and are communicated proactively and effectively. Sadly, what we see on the ground is the complete opposite. It is also exacerbated by the value of the grants that is further undermined by the exorbitantly high cost of living we are so burdened by. Well, according to the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group Affordability Index, a basic food basket to feed a household of 5 people currently sits at 4,228 Rand and 82 cents. This is a scandalous increase of 380 Rand and 33 cents from January 2022. That reduces any value that could have been gained by the increase. It is the time, Chairperson, that the ANC considers proposals and recommendations made by the Democratic Alliance in the spirit of working together for South Africa's poor and vulnerable populations. It is for this reason, House Chair, that the DA calls for the child support grant to be increased to at least the lower bound food inflation price of 945 Rand, which is way below the basic food basket cost, but high enough to make a dent in the crisis of food insecurity. We have also responded with firm, well-thought-out proposals to tackle the high levels of poverty and food insecurity caused by the drought, and later the much-abused COVID-19 pandemic, the looting that took place in 2021, and the floods that affected many households, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, the Eastern Cape, and the Northwest provinces. These proposals were to no avail. Well, I will repeat them today, Honorable President. Cutting fuel taxes and levies to lower cost of transport. reviewing the list of zero-rated food items, reviewing import tariffs on some food items, and lastly but not leastly, providing a private title to all land reform beneficiaries on the state land and landholders on communal land. Honorable Chair, along with calling for these immediate relief interventions, the Democratic Alliance will continue to call for economic reforms that open up the economy for jobs and growth. Millions of job opportunities will be created in this very South Africa if we make South Africa a place that attracts investment and scarce skills, a place where small businesses can easily start and grow. Sihlalo hloniphekile, i-Democratic Alliance iyakweseka ibuye igqugquzele ukuthi abantu bakithi besekwe ukuthola imisebenzi noma baqale amabhizinisi afufusayo. Sinesiqiniseko sokuthi lokhu kungabasiza ukuthi bamelane nezimo ezimazonzo ezifana nalezo uMzansi Afrika oke wabhekana nazo kule minyaka embalwa endlulile. The Democratic Alliance supports giving people a hand up, not a hand out. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Small Business Development, Honorable Ndabeni Abrahams.
Thank you, House Chairperson. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy President of our beautiful country, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. Starting a business is hard, especially if you are coming from disadvantaged areas like Cape Flats. But organizations such as CEDA and the Department of Small Business Development give us hope, makes being an entrepreneur so much easier. You do not feel the isolation of being alone. You feel like there are organizations helping you. This support has proven that we as entrepreneurs can do so much more when we are being supported, even though it takes long to reach some of us. One thing I want to guarantee when my business grows, I want to inspire people in my community because I can see the poverty and struggle every day. So, what we receive today is more than just a tangible item, it is hope. Honorable members, these are the words of Miss Melanie Abrahams of Mel's Amazing Cakes during the handover of IMEDP for Michelle's Plain and Cape Flats beneficiaries, the first time in their history. House Chair, I stand here to join those that welcome and support the President for delivering the State of the Nation address, giving direction to our beloved country. I'm not just supporting because he's the President of the governing party, but the State of the Nation address is in line with the 55th ANC conference resolutions, the January 8th statement, and our strategy and tactics document. The strategy and tactics document is very clear on the issue raised by President Ramaphosa, and I quote, social cohesion in a national democratic society will depend on the extent to which the rights of those in lower ranks of the socio-economic ladder are protected, close quote. In these difficult economic circumstances that the world and our country are under, SMMEs and cooperatives are potentially the source of economic vitality and employment creation. In his address on Thursday last week, the President reminded us that, and I quote, we are at our most essential, a nation defined by hope and resilience, close quote. The substance of that hope lies in our concerted efforts to position SMMEs and cooperatives as avenues for growth, employment creation, and resilience. It is on this basis that President reaffirmed government's commitment to unleash the full potential of small businesses and cooperatives. This is in line with the National Development Plan, which categorically states that most new jobs will come from SMMEs. But to unlock the potential of the SMMEs, we need to address the issues of market concentration and barriers to entry, access to finance, as well as business development support, especially through incubation. Honorable members, the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan identifies a number of strategic areas around which the growth of SMMEs can be enabled. I will talk briefly to this. The first area, it talks to reviewing government support to SMMEs. And here, we recently completed the third iteration SMME strategy for the country, which is called the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Strategy. The approach of our strategy is to mobilize and coordinate support across the ecosystem of the SMMEs with a focus on practical partnerships that leverage more resources and capacity for support. These include for new economic startups, on a recapitalized financing package for SMMEs and cooperatives, on a refueled incubator program, on a youth entrepreneurship initiative, on enterprise supplier development scale-up, and on a greatly expanded township and rural enterprise program. Contrary to the view perpetuated by certain parties, we have found incredible goodwill among the private sector and other stakeholders to partner with government on these initiatives. We should guard against narratives of mistrust that seek to divide us as South Africans and redirect us from the transformation path. Fellow South Africans, we have had complaints that our application systems are outdated and that we have inadequate offices countrywide. To address this, ease of application will be better enabled through the digitalized systems we are working on. We intend to use advanced analytics supported by modern financial technology solutions to improve our delivery model. We have been engaging with established players in the SMME finance ecosystem, and we are partnering to extend our reach and loan approval time, Honorable Member. We're also increasing our footprint as a portfolio at local level in order to improve access to our services. House Chair, the second strategic focus area identified is to reduce red tape and remove regulatory blockages. We are making strides as government in this direction, while we are working on amending the enabling legislation, namely the Business Amendment Bill. We have simultaneously commenced stakeholder engagements with SALGA to address some regulatory impediments at local level, like bylaws, permit fees, and the zoning costs. We will also be paying attention on measures to curb illegal trade that operate in the shadows of criminality and is a source of violent tensions in many communities. It is important that trading activities happen within the parameters of the rule of law and fair competition. The third area relates to more appropriate financing products. But before I outline this, in our midst, we have some of the beneficiaries of the schemes that we offer. In the gallery, we have Sanele Ngwenya of Conformity LPG Gas, who hails from Durban. Of course, he operates in an industry that deals with refillable fire extinguishers for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. He was funded under the Amavulandlela program, an amount of 835,691 rands, and has created a number of jobs. The second one is Mr. Eileen Magumbi of Yulosoy Africa, again a 100% black youth-owned business which produces broiler chickens and has a contract of 5-year grower contract for Kroon's chicken. He has sustained 45 jobs that he nearly lost. He was funded to an amount of 14,979,000 under the Youth Challenge program that we are running. The third one is Mr. Enoch Mufukeng of More and More Investment Holding, which again is a youth-owned business and has created 192 jobs. He received support of 5,764,034 rands to purchase agricultural equipment. Ms. Ashley Robin Barlow, who's based in Kimberley, again got support, who is in the transportation of fuel and owns a fuel wholesale license. He delivers monthly on a 6-year contract with Kimberley Truck Shop. She has created a number of jobs and received a funding of 4,578,306 rand against the Youth Challenge Fund. We have Ms. Mabato Elsie Ramala, an informal trader who hails from Limpopo province. She joined our Small Enterprise Foundation. A great story she shares of how she's managed to take her son to university, and today he is a doctor and he's built himself a very beautiful home, including where he comes from. Lastly, we have Mr. Lufefe Nomjana of Green Innovations, trading as Spinach King. Again, a youth-owned business here in Cape Town, Philippi and Woodstock, having been sidelined for too long by the Western Cape government, and his business manufactures gluten-free spinach bread and other green health products. He was funded through the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. When we started with him, we gave him 250,000 rand, and then now as the business increases, we've funded him with 7.5 million under the Youth Challenge Fund. And he has off-takers like Pick and Pay, Spa, ShopRite, and Wellness Warehouse that he supports. Fellow South Africans, the story does not end here. During our roadshow in Saldanha Bay, the SMMEs raised their concern over lack of support to Black and colored women-owned businesses by the Western Cape government. As a caring government, we have listened to their pleas. In response, we have engaged a plethora of stakeholders to collaborate with us to realize the localization policy to enhance the small enterprise manufacturing support program, and they will benefit. House Chair, we'll be doing more to provide financial support to small businesses. Crucially, SONA has indicated that through CIFA, 1.4 billion rands will be allocated towards financing entrepreneurs. I've had the concern in terms of the amount that we announced. This amount is significant. However, nowhere near what is required to address the SMME credit gap, which the International Finance Corporation estimates an upward of 350 billion rands if we are to support small businesses fully. Of course, there are a number of interventions we are making to address this as government. The future must not replicate the past in terms of racial patterns of economic ownership. Economic reforms must embed transformative outcomes that are meaningful and measurable. This requires that we are bold and courageous in changing the old structures of our economy. The state must fund the developmental dividend. Micro-enterprises are also the most excluded by the mainstream financial services sector. It is in this regard that we have designed some financial products which we are confident will address this harrowing picture as follows. The first one, the SMME-focused localization program, which is aimed at diversifying and strengthening the country's industrial base through a focused import replacement program. The financial support provided through this program is up to 15 million rands. On the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, which is a blended finance scheme aimed at supporting businesses in townships and rural areas, linking them to market opportunities, and again, the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. The Young Entrepreneurs Support, which aims at increasing businesses that are youth-owned, we have set aside 630 million rands for this financial year, and the scheme goes up to 15 million rands. The cooperative support, in order to make sure that we realize what we spoke about of inclusive economy, we are looking forward to supporting, and their scheme goes up to 15 million rands, 70% grant and 30% loan. On the informal and micro enterprise development program, which is 100% grant offered to informal and micro enterprises from a minimum grant of amount of 500 rands up to the maximum of 40,000 to assist them in improving their competitiveness and sustainability. And lastly, the Kula Credit Guarantee Scheme, which is aimed at de-risking bank finance to SMMEs and unlocking private sector funding. To date, this scheme operates with 25 partner institutions, the banks, corporate suppliers, and donors. Through this guarantee, 9,068 SMMEs are participating under it, and they have been guaranteed up to the value of 3.1 billion.
Minister.
Through the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, we have an array of financial and other support instruments. The Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program that assists new entrant farmers with infrastructure. The Agri-BE Fund, which aims at supporting farmers and agripreneurs to acquire equity in existing, and the Blended Finance Scheme, which is a combination of a 60% grant and 40% loan, and that scheme currently is with Land Bank and IGC. Through the Department of Minerals and Energy, we have also designed measures to enable new
Honourable
entrant
Minister, I'm
black
afraid
women.
your time has expired.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honourable Mokause.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, let me start off this debate by greeting the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Comrade Julius Sello Malema, the EFF battalion deployed in Parliament, provincial legislatures throughout the country, and municipalities under the leadership of the Deputy President, Commissar Nico Shivambu, members of the Central Command Team who are present here, and all ground forces of the July 26 movement, the Economic Freedom Fighters. Chairperson, we are here today to forward the struggle of development and the building of dysfunctional municipalities as enshrined in the EFF manifesto. As we have witnessed a lack of direction in terms of development in these municipalities under the tenure of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa of the African National Congress. Chairperson, the speaker who spoke before me have demonstrated that we are dealing with an individual who does not mean what he says and does not intend to do what he says. And as a result, our municipalities through South Africa have collapsed. When Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa took over office in the year 2018, 128 municipalities were reported to be in financial distress and dysfunctional. House Chair, let's quickly look at what Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa has said since he took office. For he has said a lot to demonstrate lack of vision for viable local government, misalignment of functions, and allocation of resources in this sphere of government, lack of skills and technical capacity, corruption, aging, and underfunded infrastructure is what we have witnessed under you, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. He has said a lot of nothing, House Chairperson, and that is one of the many reasons as the Economic Freedom Fighters we are saying Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa must step down as the President of the Republic of South Africa. In his 2018 SONA speech, he didn't say anything about local government or municipalities. In January 2019, he said his government has begun the process of stabilizing support for only 57 municipalities. However, we know that this is not true because when he took over, the number of dysfunctional municipalities was just at about 128. 5 years later, the number has increased to more than 163. These are municipalities that cannot even provide basic services to the people of South Africa. House Chairperson, these municipalities are so dysfunctional that they cannot be relied on to deliver clean water. They cannot deliver electricity. They cannot deliver clean parks, even manage bylaws within their localities. In fact, the number is not over 163, House Chair, but we know that it's over the majority of the municipalities
throughout this country are dysfunctional. In July 2019, he said his new administration will prioritize spatial integration, human settlement, and local government as one of his 7 priorities. And there wouldn't be a district approach to ensure that municipalities were properly and adequately resourced. Chair, we said that there are a lot of things the President does not understand regarding local municipalities. Despite our many efforts as the EFF to take this public platform and educate him and his benches. From this level, from the local level where our councillors are deployed, we have seen our councillors trying to provide leadership with people who do not even want to listen to our advices. In its current form, the equitable share is the reason why local government is dysfunctional and municipalities are poorly resourced to fulfill their constitutional mandate. The EFF maintains that we need fundamentally change the equitable share to ensure that the majority of the revenue raised nationally must be allocated to municipalities because they are at the coalface of service delivery. The idea that 90% of local government's operation expenditure will be covered by its own revenue is a misguided idea that has resulted in municipalities receiving less than 10% revenue raised nationally. This model was based on the misguided idea that municipality will have capacity to collect revenue and build, and people will have jobs to earn salaries and pay for municipal services. Chair, but the reality is that majority of these municipalities rely heavily on equitable share and conditional grants. Only metropolitan municipalities collect revenue because of the concentration of South Africa's economy in these cities, Johannesburg, Cape Town, and eThekwini. If anything, Chair, most municipalities are not economically viable, and this is why we have proposed that we must make remote municipalities social economic zones, inviting companies and giving them a tax break and subsidies on a condition that they will create sustainable jobs. Chairperson, this will also allow us to depopulate cities while there is enough unutilized land in other provinces. But what is to be done in the immediate? Chair, if we are going to fix local government, we don't need the so-called district developmental model, Mr. President. We know that this is just another poorly thought concept from your office. We need to change the equitable share formula to give municipalities more resources to be able to provide basic services to South Africans throughout the country. Chair, we need to change the equitable share to allocate enough funds to clean up illegal dumping sites in Ward 29 of West Rand and Ward 8 of Metsimahulu in the Free State. We need to allocate enough funds for Ward 23 in Metsimahulu to fix unattended overflow of sewage that include Mangaung Metro. Chairperson, we need Nkosi Langalibalitle local municipality to build internal capacity to deal with flooding challenges during this rainy season, particularly in Ward 2 in Emoyeni. We need to fund clinics in Jomrolong area in the Northern Cape province. We need funds to build proper water infrastructure in Ward 1 of Karrieberg in the Northern Cape, where people are without water. The people of Dierkram informal settlement in Karreeberg needs water.
As you conclude, Honorable
The
Mokause,
people of Caddington in Kuruman, Ward 7 of Joe Morolong, are without water and electricity. Chairperson, we are here as the EFF to say, until we ensure that municipalities has a clear town planning program informed by a land audit, formalized informal settlement, there is no hope for local government. And we are going to demonstrate that indeed we can govern when we take over power come 2024.
thank you. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Nkadimeng.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable Premiers, the President of SALGA, Honorable Members, good afternoon. The white paper enshrined and foresee a local government in arms working together and not against each other. It places local government as everybody's business. So, Honorable Mokause, let me teach you what local government is. DDM find its tenets from the Intergovernmental Relation Acts of South Africa, which says all spheres of government, interdependent but related, must manage their own affairs and development. This is in pursuit of Section 152 of the objects of local government and Section 154, which mandates national government to support municipalities. The financial model, I'm worried that you are a member of the NCOP. I wonder how many meetings we have missed. Because to this end, COGTA, National Treasury, FFC, DCOG have put up 2 terms of discussions with a document heading over for the adoption of the review of the municipal funding model. But let me remind you, the greatest challenge of municipalities is not necessarily the issue of having lack of finances, but is to assist them to spend the money that they are currently being allocated on. And I will tell you what President Ramaphosa through the department has done. To this end, the 91% of the MIG for the first time in the year 2021-2022 was spent at a 91% because of capacity development and adjustment programs which assist municipalities. It's a multi-pronged approach. I'm sure you might have went to university and only wrote multiple choice question answers. DDM need you to contextualize the law, understand it, put it into implementation. Is not A, B, C, or D, or all of the above are correct, or none of the above. Context. So monitoring and oversight, the accountability framework under under the presidency of Cyril Ramaphosa has enshrined. We have collaborated now with the civil engineers of South Africa, and 292 of our municipal officials are currently studying with the University of Cape Town, here next to you, supporting municipalities to deal with their wastewater, to deal with the guidelines on how to purchase and deal with programs. 19,000 jobs through that program has also been created. Our energy response also look into the conversion of INEP to ensure that municipalities also use alternative models of power to get off the grid, put battery storages to ensure that the continuous infrastructure like sewer plants can run even during the time of load shedding. Who says knows local government better than we do? When we define the tenets of the local government, which established the 1998 framework of local municipalities, and we know what we must do. Such of these difficulties, Honorable Speaker, draw us back firmly to cementing the steady improvements of our hung municipalities in how we managed coalitions. Of course, our democracy is giving a practical expression to the values of multi-party governance. However, this also means our legislation must change. Interestingly, coalition agreements were crafted with the sole intention of destabilizing the ANC, remove it from power at all costs. We observed, nicely so, after local government elections, political parties converging, led by the Honorable Stenhazen. There was nothing fundamental about the agreements. We just don't want those who don't black, green, and gold next to us will run this thing on their own. Ha! History taught you. Where are we, Honorable President? Thank you very much for keeping calm. Thank you very much for never subscribing to pressure, even when you were told to lose the developmental ethos of the ANC. You stayed and you said, let them govern. Let's tell you now what is happening in your coalition-led municipality. Others are calling us now. They are saying, come, let's serve with you. Some of you think the resignation of the mayor of Tshwane in the middle of the night yesterday is what cracks the coalition. No, you are wrong. In 2026 to 2021, Tshwane coalition could not even do one basic task: elect what committee members. What committee members? Everything is complex and dynamic after that. The coalition operated for the whole term, violating the basic tenets of local government, which is public participation. He waits for all of us, including his residents, this layer, to go to bed having a mayor. And we wake up in the morning, uhambile lendoda ezinzulwini zebusuku, in the midst of the night. But let me tell you why he left without saying bye-bye. Honorable Speaker, he left because he left a trail of destruction. Predecessors also did the same with him. 12 billion rand Great Africa extravaganza of Solim Simang. 10 billion for him alone, hence he went bye-bye. Eskom debt of 1.4 billion. 1 billion to rent water. Wi-Fi disconnection. Buses are standstill. It was Arieng. In Sutu will say Arifilo Beano. Bus don't have petrol. The Democratic-led coalition has produced 4 mayors in 6 years, 6 months. This means, Honorable John Stenhazen, by your standard of quality and production, your mayors run for 19 months in development. The less said about Madame Pepalatse, the better. It is better for us to say 1% threshold needs to be put in our PR system. For those who do not have seats, to be able to find a particular threshold to make a municipality. We are reviewing our enhancement strategy, Honorable President, and we are saying the tax administration, SARS must not pay back refunds to people who are owing municipalities. Schedule 2 and 10 of the Municipal Systems Act, the local government must make sure that beyond councillors, we also ensure that public office bearers, employees, parliamentarians, and everybody else pay municipalities for their generation to be renewed. A district revenue allocation must also be dealt with in SARS. Our procurement legislation only don't protect municipalities. A municipality cannot even generate funds besides selling a tender document. It can't ensure that the person has been paid. But you also need to review and incentivize small businesses, as Honorable Ndabeni has said. But what is this story about? This story is about all the support that we have made to ensure that the journey for local government, imperfect in its transition as it was, we all will not tie. Our stakeholders say deepen the implementation of DDM. They say in the allocation of 14.5 billion of 21%, 91% has been spent for municipalities. And this translated in 53,469 households where basic water was provided. This NCPO member, South Africa, 43,900 households
provided with sanitation services. 79,671 households with first-time experiencing street and community lighting. COGTA through our agency, MISA, completed 118 boreholes in the past financial year, servicing 24,000. Why are you having a hangover? You are Googling Pulukwan. Go to Tshwane. Go to Tshwane. Don't have a handover. I've got a A plus. Gone in Pulukwan. I did not miss a 10 billion. I didn't lose. Didn't owe ESCOM. Didn't owe a water board. Had no corruption case. Google other things. They are Google other things. Google other things. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection. Community infrastructure with regard to waste collection and disposal have been developed. 11 central collection points, Honorable President, with the partnership of the Department of Environment in assisting us to ensure that we cleanse our municipalities and communities
As you conclude,
and assist
Honorable
them
Deputy
with
Minister.
water communities. And lastly, Honorable Chair, 1,474 kilometers have been built of municipal roads with integrated logged service.
Thank you. Order. Order. The next speaker is Honorable Shiriva. Order, honorable members. We have got a speaker at the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, as has become a routine, the former chairman of the ANC Cadre Deployment Committee offered us a series of platitudes about building a capable state at the State of the Nation address. And also, as usual, he entirely avoided the most important cause of the collapse of the South African state, namely the corrupt ANC Cadre Deployment Committee that he led during the height of the Zuma administration. Over the past 4 years, the DA has run a laser-focused campaign against cadre deployment corruption. Keer op keer het ons die president gewaarsku dat ons nie sal rus voordat kaderontplooiing verslaan is nie. By giving the ANC unconstitutional powers to interfere in appointment processes, this system leads directly to the appointment of incompetent and corrupt individuals in government departments and state-owned enterprises. Behind the collapse of every public service, from load shedding to policing to railways, you will find an ANC cadre who should never have been appointed in the first place. But our warnings fell on deaf ears. The more the DA intensifies our campaign against cadre deployment, the more vigorously President Ramaphosa and others in the ANC defend it. And then he has the temerity to stand on this stage and talk about building a capable state. Don't you get it, Mr. President? Not one person in this country believes that you are serious about fighting corruption when you never miss a chance to defend the cause of corruption, ANC cadre deployment. Nou terwyl die ANC dit nie wil hoor nie, sit die res van Suid-Afrika regop oor die DA se oorlog teen hierdie bose stelsel. Today, the vast majority of South Africans stand united behind the DA on this issue. To demonstrate this, allow me to read a few short quotes, and then perhaps the President can guess where they come from. Here we go, and I quote, "When the ANC insists that officials should consider its deployment committee's recommendations in making certain appointments in the public service or parastatals, it requires them to take into account something that is not provided for in the law, and therefore requires them to act unlawfully." Do you know who said this, Mr. President? The answer is Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. Let's do another one, and I quote, "Deployments may detract from the objectivity of the person so employed who has to work on behalf of the ANC." Where does this one come from, Mr. President? From the DA's court victory over the ANC to expose deployment committee records from your time as cadre chairman. Let's do one more, and I quote, "Recruitment and selection practices based on deployment have gained notoriety, which has spawned cynicism. Some even question their constitutionality related to the principle of equality, and they may have a point. Deployment practices ought to be ditched in favor of a merit-based recruitment and selection system." Can you identify the source for this one, Mr. President? It is, in fact, a recommendation from the group of experts who drafted the framework for the professionalization of the public sector on the instruction of the cabinet that you lead. So if the State Capture Commission, the courts, and experts in your own government, as well as millions of ordinary South Africans, all agree with the DA that cadre deployment must end, why are you still so desperately defending it? There can only be one rational answer to this question. It is because the President fundamentally supports it. It is for this reason that years of hollow talk on fighting corruption, state capture, and incompetence have yielded exactly zero fruits. It also explains why this government is ignoring the State Capture Commission's finding that cadre deployment is unlawful. In fact, the hypocrisy of the President lauding the work of Judge Zondo during SONA, while knowing full well that his government has not implemented and does not intend to implement the findings of the State Capture Report, is shameful. And so, it has fallen to the DA to lead South Africa across the Rubicon on this issue, and that is exactly what we are doing and what we are going to continue doing. With every passing day, we are moving closer to winning the war against cadre deployment. The State Capture Commission confirmed that our war is both morally and legally just. The Deployment Committee minutes from 2018 to 2021 that we exposed horrified the people of this country, Mr. President, as they showed how the ANC even interferes with appointments to the judiciary, including the highest court in the land. Our private members' bill in Parliament to end cadre deployment has won support from across civil society. And we have won our court challenge to force the ANC to make public full records of the Deployment Committee from the period when President Ramaphosa chaired it. This is a historic victory for transparency. Thanks to the DA, the people of this country will soon see for themselves how complicit the President is in corruption and state capture. By the way, Mr. President, I would say that you are welcome to mail me these cadre records, but of course your cadres have destroyed the post office. So I think we'll have to rely on the private sector for a solution to that. The DA's fight against cadre deployment corruption will culminate when we win our court case to declare this evil system unconstitutional and unlawful. Feel it. The end of ANC cadre deployment is near. When all of this is over, history will record that the former cadre deployment chairman's personal complicity in the corrupt appointments that ruined our public sector. And as the people of South Africa follow the DA across the Rubicon, away from the era of ANC corruption and into a new era of DA-engineered good governance, Mr. Ramaphosa will be standing alone on the wrong shore of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Botas.
Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, President Ramaphosa, Deputy President Mabuza, Cabinet members, members of Parliament, South Africa's foreign policy has pivoted on 4 concentric circles, which include, amongst others, Pan-Africanism, Global South solidarity, cooperation with your more industrialized North, and the deepening of multilateralism through the global governance system. We execute our vision to build a better Africa in the world, being cognizant that we find ourselves within a global VUCA world characterized by increased volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Our national interest document, therefore, is a key interlocutor in developing strategies that will effectively counterbalance volatility with vision, uncertainty with understanding, complexity with clarity, and ambiguity with the necessary agility. South Africa's national interest framework document further recognized the need to recalibrate our South African foreign policy in light of significant domestic policy changes, and members, we are all responsible for the domestication of our foreign policy that includes state and non-state actors. House Chairperson, the world abroad and the world at home are not two solitudes. They are interconnected and interdependent. The plight of the oppressed and vulnerable in the world demands proximity of South Africa's Ubuntu diplomacy to be foregrounded on solidarity. South Africa members opposed the US designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, together with the repudiation of the enforcement of Title III of the US Helms-Burton Act. These punitive measures reinforces the US blockade, which have created great economic hardship in Cuba. Mr. President, thank you for endorsing our vote in favor of the annual resolution at UNGA on the necessity of lifting the US blockade against Cuba. That, members, is leadership. The Palestine people has been beleaguered, they have been besieged, and they have been betrayed by the inaction of the international community. Former President of Mozambique, Samora Machel, reminded us members, and I quote, that international solidarity is not an act of charity, but an act of unity between allies fighting on different terrains towards the same objective. The two-state solution, in accordance to the Oslo Peace Accords, must be implemented by the State of Israel. Mr. President, you hosted the President of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, President Ghali. South Africa must confirm the 1975 ICJ ruling that Morocco has absolutely no right to occupy the territory of Western Sahara, and we further call on the AU to engage with the 1983 peace plan adopted by the OAU, which provide, amongst others, members, self-determination for the people of Western Sahara. We further, Mr. President, wish to strengthen your message of solidarity for the loss of life in Turkey and the Syrian Arab Republic during the earthquake, and we further wish to applaud SABC's search and rescue mobilization and the role that non-state actors such as Gift of the Givers played in engaging in humanitarian diplomacy. Honorable members, for South Africa, the negotiation and entry into force of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, the TPNW, as well as the Pelindaba Treaty, is a true reflection of what African states have achieved in pursuance of our common security objectives. Mr. President, you currently hold the presidency of the AU's PSC for the month of February, and we request you, Your Excellency, to continue to mobilize financial resources for ongoing peacemaking, peace building, and the peace support missions of the African Union. Honorable members, we must recognize the sterling leadership provided in Lesotho by President Ramaphosa as the SADC appointed special envoy to Lesotho. We further have to welcome the commitment made by the Right Honorable Matekane, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to prioritize the implementation of a comprehensive national reform process. Members, we wish to underpin the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit position, urging the Kingdom of Eswatini to urgently initiate a process of national dialogue, which we submit should be all-inclusive. We note further, ladies and gentlemen, SADC's condemnation of the killing of Mr. Thulani Maseko, a leading human rights lawyer, and political activists, and the encouragement of SADC, that the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini should conduct a comprehensive investigation into his killing. Mr. President, under your leadership, South Africa chaired the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, and by doing so, led the process of mobilizing support to Mozambique through the SADC mission on Mozambique, aka SAMIM. We are troop contributing countries, honorable members, and since the deployment of SAMIM, there has been significant progress made as it relates to the humanitarian and security situation, resulting in the return of thousands of internally displaced peoples, IDPs, to the areas of origin. We further have to join the extraordinary SADC Troika Summit, ladies and gentlemen, to express solidarity in honor of SAMIM personnel who lost their lives in the line of duty in Mozambique. Chairperson, South Africa remains deeply concerned about the unstable security situation in the eastern part of the DRC. We particularly wish to take this opportunity to recognize the valiant efforts of South African peacekeepers serving in the UN's MONUSCO mission, and wish to take this opportunity to convey our personal condolence on the passing of Sergeant Vusi Mabena, the flight engineer killed in action. Sergeant Vusi Mabena, your blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of peace in the DRC. We will tell your people that you love them and that they must continue the fight to bring about peace and security in Africa. Honorable members, we congratulate the AU high-level panel, amongst others who have our own former Deputy President, Dr. Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, as a member. It brought about the agreement for lasting peace through a permanent cessation of hostilities between the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and the TPLF in November 2022 in a peace agreement hosted by South Africa. That, Mr. President, is leadership. South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, execute our humanitarian diplomacy through the African Renaissance Fund to the continent and further afield. We have done so during COVID-19 pandemic, where we partnered with the UN World Food Programme to establish a temporary hub at Ortia. Some of our largest ARF projects, members, are located in South Sudan and Mozambique. On the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is a flagship program of Agenda 2063, which defined the Africa that we want that should be all-inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, a South African, Wamkili Mani, is the Secretary General and the penholder of the implementation of this very important prescripts of the Abuja Treaty and the Lagos Plan of Action. The promotion of economic diplomacy, Mr. President, has directly contributed to your investment target of 1.2 trillion rand. South Africa's diplomatic missions across the globe stand ready to mobilize the 2 trillion rand target by 2028, with a particular focus to increase intra-Africa trade, which currently stands at 17% of our total trade. Mr. President, let me, by way of citing an example, demonstrate to members the significant implications of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because of your leadership, we have exported in 2021 more to Africa than to the EU as a bloc. Our exports to Africa, ladies and gentlemen, and members, stood at 385 billion rand. Juxtapose and contrast that to the 355 billion that we have exported to the EU as a bloc. We are saying this Pan-African economic instrument is worth taking serious. Members, as the only African country in the G20 and BRICS, we are pivoting the African Agenda 2063 on the agenda of these very esteemed multilateral forums. A critical point for us for 2023 is our chairship of BRICS under the theme BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Mr. President, the Global South is elated with the re-election of President Lula da Silva, and we welcome his support for your leadership in BRICS.
Conclude, Deputy Minister.
As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa remains true to history. We remain part of the ideals of the Nanaland movement, and we are committing, Honorable Chairperson, to uphold the 10 Bandung principles. We wish to quote by stating, each day carries both the burden of its past and the seeds of its future, quote unquote, O.R. Tambo, 1987, at the Olive Palm Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo. Yeah. Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo. Let me take the point of order. What's your point of order?
No. We adopted a program, honorable members. It's time to go eat chocolate now. We'll come back for this. It's break time, Jomo. It's break now. There's a program.
One.
Break.
No.
Order.
Break. Order. Honorable.
There's a program, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ndozi. One, it's inappropriate to refer to the presiding officer's job. That's the first issue.
Honorable Machomani, it's time for
The
a
second
break.
issue. The second issue. The program I have is that we are still going to have the next two speakers, then we'll get to that break. Unfortunately, Honorable Shibam.
No, thanks, Chairperson of the session. It is extremely responsible for the whippery of the ruling party to not consult with other whips when they want to change a program, because the program that is officially circulated, it's time to go for a break now after the Deputy Minister had spoken, and then we'll come back and then the list of speakers will proceed accordingly. So let us please go for a break. We'll see each other when we come back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see each other after the break.
The other members, the unfortunate part is that we are subjecting a presiding officer to deal with the issue of the break. But to assist the process, it won't do much harm to allow that process of that break to deal with that issue as we plan, because I'm not going to be doing that. Sorry, Honorable Nkondlo, for that serious inconvenience. Honorable Chief Whip, and working with the whippery, you have to assist the process, because as a presiding officer, I don't have that right to subject the House to dealing with this thing. What I'll do now, I'll allow the 10 minutes comfort break, and the Chief Whip will engage the whippery. Let's have the 10 minutes, strictly 10 minutes comfort break.
Thank you, House Chair. Is it an uncanny coincidence that here we are today under the same roof at the tail end of our term in service to our country? Indeed, Honorable President, a new consensus is needed. I quote, born out of a common understanding of our current challenging situation and the recognition of the need to address the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, close quote, as you had stated. We stand here today troubled by the crisis of our times, yet encouraged by the spirit to overcome, as indeed all is not well, even with those that lay claim to fame in exploiting the crisis of the moment. We have to ask difficult questions as part of this consensus Honorable Speaker, central to the conversation that one has brought in this August House today is to actually consider the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospects of a society we desire. But before one actually takes that particular conversation, allow me, Honorable House Chair, to actually inquire from the Democratic Alliance that if it is standing here and requesting that the ANC must declare its cadre deployment, at what point is the DA gonna respond to the leader of the opposition in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Cameron Dagmo, who on the 5th of July last year has actually asked for the total proof of DA cadre deployment in the Western Cape, and this is what we are still sitting and waiting for. Let me also follow suit to the DA member, my colleague that was here before, to just indicate to you that recently in the Western Cape we had to deal with a Tim Harris, who was the CEO of Westgro, a DA member who actually was deployed as a CO, and at a certain point the same DA had allowed him to actually decide on his own salary, which led to almost 2 board members leaving the Westgro board. Again, the former DA, MEC Madikizela, I am sure members of the DA would recall that MEC Madikizela, once again, when he was booted out by the same DA for their own internal shenanigans, he was then propelled to be the advisor of the Premier. And something, unfortunately, that could not take place because in this country, there is the rule of law, and the Public Service Administration could not allow that a person without qualification is actually elevated to an SMS position. Let me further indulge you, honorable members of the DA, that you must indeed, as my colleague has said earlier on here, the Premier of KZN, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. The MEC of local government, once again, was found guilty by the public protector in breach of his own executive ethics when he used a DA letterhead to actually instruct an employment of a functionary in one of the municipalities. So nithetha ngantoni? Allow me, House Chair, to further then counsel members of the progressive organization, the African National Congress, and others that are in this August House, to just remind them the theories of struggles actually teaches all of us that we must always remember that in these sittings and in these houses of parliament that we sit in, we coexist with the representatives of the oppressed and also the representatives of the oppressive class. And therefore, indeed, when they're standing here, they have to play to their master. We have to ask the difficult question, Honorable President, and that question that we need to ask is about the acquired geographies and their implication to embrace the storyline of the prospect of a society we desire. This is one of the fault lines if you consider the new consensus that you have actually referred to. The first question to consider is the value of the governance frameworks we adopted to allow the functioning of our democracy, particularly the role of provinces to work in harmony with both national and local government to enable a seamless service delivery. Professor Robert van Niekerk has written about this in his article in Revisiting History, the Creation of Provinces and the Politics of Social Policy in a Democratic South Africa. What he alludes to is that the factors that are constraining, Honorable President, the exercise of the constitutional entitlements by those requiring state assistance were the new provincial governance arrangements and fiscal policies. These arrangements have the unintended consequence of refragmenting the country not by race and administration, as was the case during the segregation and apartheid era, but by geographic location, hampering the evolution and implementation of deracialized social policies in the post-apartheid era. His paper actually brought attention to the experiences of ordinary people in this Western Cape, who indeed, as this country's citizens, find themselves in a political football by the DA. He further decried how this system leaves national government to decide on policy and allocate funds to provinces, but such are left to the whims of the provinces that are not accountable directly to any electorate and cannot be pinned to socio-economic outcomes. Actually, provincial cabinets direct provincial expenditure for their political determinations and priorities. He could not be spot on. If one considers how the city and provincial government here in Cape Town are deliberately sabotaging chances of restoring the central line, particularly the relocation of families that have been staying on the central line of Philippi, Langa, and some areas of Kailicha. This is a problem they had known for years and made it a political game to garner votes, as now when the Department of Transport brings solutions, they renege on their commitments. And we must remember that Premier Windy in 2019 in first state of the province said they are gonna take over the railway line. So clearly they are not having any interest to actually restore and participate in the restoration of the central line. It is actually important for the African National Congress to take this into cognizance and go and tell the truth to the ordinary people of the Western Cape and the communities. As the DA now, what we found is that the DA ward councillor in that particular area has actually been involved in a campaign, not in my backyard, mobilizing the receiving community to reject those to be moved in that area. This is how the DA is actually utilizing the state resources to entrench an apartheid spatial legacy. It is the same DA that has actually decided to ignore and rejected the district development model and actually placed its own JDA. And we must, Honorable Deputy Minister of Local Government, actually consider what does Section 41(2) of the Constitution says in the responsibility of the different spheres, because when these governance structures were placed, the intention was to ensure a seamless service delivery so that all citizens can be able to then receive what is due to them in as far as citizenship. Western Cape government has, under the auspices of this hard-earned democracy, called for subsidiarity, a fancy name of the ruling party to bring federalism through the back door, as winning it through a ballot is higher grade for them in Ngumnqanza. A people divided for more than 400 years, the Democrats in the DA believe to build a nation is to separate people, as that is the easiest thing to do when the going gets tough. That is what spoiled bread tendencies look like. What then shall be the fate of the SA citizens who geographically are residents to the province vis-a-vis their constitutional rights and social policy benefits of the democratic order? One member was standing here and talking about the national youth policy and what is supposed to be due to young people of this country, because this country has got a national youth policy which is actually enacted through the act of this parliament. In view of the fact that the Western Cape government has rejected to implement and establish any integrated youth development strategy for young people of the Western Cape, what then becomes their recourse? Because these are young people who are not only actually private assets of the Western Cape government, but they remain citizens of the country, and therefore they are duly to benefit in the national youth policy of this country. It is rather shocking that the leader of DA stands here and tells the nation untruths with a straight face. Clearly, this leader has not crossed the Rubicon. Just a kilometer away from here, to see the inhabitable state that his provincial and local leaders have kept black people for almost 7 years now in a debilitating 4-story building, the Helen Bowden. They are living without water nor electricity, mainly being domestic workers and other laborers who would have worked for years in the Atlantic seaboard with no provision for shelter, as after staying with their kids in the houses of their madams, they are sent back to the townships at most informal settlements to find shelter.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
This is the same reality, honourable members, that even farm workers had to sit and experience in this Western Cape. For that, I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Nyonsho.
Chairperson, Honorable President, it's almost load shedding. And the ubuya umbane uchisa umzumdu wachayo wonke into engaphakathi. And the question is, who is going to build that house again? Hopefully the new Minister of Electricity will do. Secondly, Mr. President, are you aware that as the panels zombane, you can only use them to switch the lights on. You can't cook, you can't use your fridge, you cannot use your iron, and only solar panels can only switch your lights on. And still, if in a solar panel, you must still go and buy electricity and buy paraffin to cook. Thirdly, Mr. President, last year I was here telling you about the road between Butterworth and Kendane, eyalinywayo yachinjwa itaya gravel road. And that road is still the same even to date. And the motors are Chaisan. We've just lost a local chief there because motors are thanks to your deployees in Eastern Cape. There is no room or space for a comedy of errors in an occasion where matters of national concern, which are so serious and close to the lives of all the citizens, are addressed. The electricity crisis is not a natural disaster. It is the result of a series of blunders in the running of ESCOM. It is the outcome of poor planning, inadequate management of state resources, confused role between state departments, and truth be told, captured leadership of a party at the very end of its ability to govern. The disaster you have identified is made by warm bodies in your executive authority. By declaring a national state of disaster on the load shedding and blackouts of electricity, your administration is going back to the experience of COVID-19 pandemic. From March 2020 until the return to normal in 2021, in which the ruling party worked without political oversight. They undermined processes of good governance and subverted the internal systems for procurement of protective equipment and medicines for hospitals. The danger of the abuse of this facility is that the so-called Minister of Electricity and others in that league would make reckless decisions daily and overspend unilaterally without technical and financial controls in place. The real danger is corruption, selfishness, and greed of your deployees. It happened right under your watch, Mr. President. What guarantees are in place for corrupt activities not to happen under your watch? The PAC sees the ruling party as a disaster area. The economy is in negative growth and slipping further down the slope of disaster. The real crisis is lack of national security. We do not have a stable socio-economic environment. Land restoration is not on the agenda. We have municipality community insecurity, health insecurity, mineral and energy insecurity, skills development insecurity, food insecurity, with all forms of crime from petty crime to white-collar crime radically out of control. The nation requires a new pact, a rededication of all political leaders to build a conducive environment for a stable and secure solution for the country. The nation requires security of tenure in property relations. The ruling party you lead, Mr. President, is in tatters. It has lost democratic agency to govern. The attempt to plug in a stopgap measure such as the state of disaster is a fiscal risk rather than a solution. You are attempting to butter up the electoral constituencies with the risk of bringing down the fabric of political and economic management of the country. The ruling party is incapable to lead the turnaround from the national insecurity to guaranteed safety, to protection from lawlessness, and to stability to govern. That we desperately need. The country is now moving on autopilot. Azania deserves better.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chair, the Honorable Speaker, the Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Honorable Deputy President, Ikati Ngogwara, honorable members. I will start where Honorable Nkondlo ended. Honorable Stayzenzen, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. Marietta Okam, the Chief of Staff in the office of the Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Solim Simang, was fraudulently appointed to a position, illegally earning 1.2 million per annum salary, despite not having the required qualifications. By the way, the current mayor of Cape Town, Gordon Hill Lewis, was a staffer in Helen Zille's office. Let me also remind you, Dr. Walim Gote, capable and a highly qualified professional, was removed as a city manager of Cape Town when the DA took the change of the city, and his only sin was that he was perceived to be an ANC, not DA. Many capable professionals we can mention have suffered at the hands of the DA cadre deployment. So don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. House Chairperson, in his State of the Nation address, the Honorable President announced the several social compact initiatives to promote employment creation to ensure that we leave no one behind. There is a broad agreement from all the social partners on the 8 priority interventions which the President mentioned here. And those areas are very critical for job creation. We anticipate that 5 or more economic sector compacts will also come out of this process over and above the other areas where there is an agreement, as it happened with ESCOM or the ESCOM Social Compact. The expanded mandate of the department to include employment is reflected in the following areas. The consultation with the relevant government departments on the national employment policy will be finalized.
Nesithebe sitya ndawonye. Kwamosha mhla kwafika ingwelo zenkuni. Zaza nabantu sabamkela sahlala nabo around the fireplace. Sangaqondi uba kanti bona abazanga uhlalisana abahlale nathi bayenhla. Sibabone sebesenhla sabe thina sisahlelisanga. Kuthe kungekabi kudala befikile ababantu banento entsha basixelela basihambe pho kanye singahambi phi. Ngana uba wakho wayibona inkamela basikhupha ngaphandle bahlala ngaphakathi. Batshotshenhla kuzo zonke inkalo kwelilizwe. Mandidlule bendifuna uyazi kakuhle lento ba iqala phi inkathazo. Iqala phi lento sikuyo namhlanje. Balihuqa ngomsonto ilizwe lethu bemkanalo bahamba bamane besinika indawana bathi wena pha ungasondele high flat wena pha ungasondele endaweni ethile babodwa kabadidiyelwa kwinto ekuthiwa ngama-homeland. Le mbali yethetha ubuzawuthetha nge-agriculture ayizukunceda uba ucinga uba kulinywa endlini. Awuzuthi ucinga into esepha eTVini into kwenyani. Into kwenyani pha emhlabeni. Yiyo ke lento tata umongameli nesekelo lakho nabo bonke abakhokheli bezizwe ezibenyule ezababeka apha ukuze babe ngamalungu okuthethela abo bantu. Kungabhlungu ukuba lamalungu angakathi ayofika apha abulale yonke into emayonceda abantu ebebethe mabayobamela. Ikhona nenye imini okufuneka ukhubuza uba ndinimele kakuhle na. Niyayithanda nalento bendiyithetha. 1, lento yokuba kwenziwe iconstitution xa ndikhawuleza yenze ukuba kubekho uhlobo lokulungisa umonakalo. Ezinto zonke zixoxwe zaxoxwa zawumekhodesa. Kwabuya kuthiwa masibe indlwenye. Sangena endlini enye. Ngoku sesivele empini, sangena endlini enye sahlala sonke. Phi kwaphi lento besivumelene ngayo bayitshintsha phanga phakathi. Akhona abantu abanganyanisekanga abahamba nokungalungi kwendawo zabo bazokwenza nathi singalungi. Baphuma sebengayazi intoba umhlaba umele uba wabiwe ngokubunini bawo nasebantwini wawuthathe kubo. Bamapha njengephini mhla kuphekwa inkomo. Sekuvela into ka section 25 kungenxa yoba bangamaphicankani. Into ebebeyivuma izolo abasayifuni ngosuku olulandelayo. Uyabona ke uba ubusilwa namakhwenkwe ukukhisha ukuxina hambogawula ezinye intonga uvukele khona. Sisaxiniwe ke kulento yokufaka usection 25 kodwa siyabuya. Hayi umhlaba uzungaphindi yona nto singayo nje. Asithi ingabuya ingengo 25. Ingabuya ngenye indlela kodwa nawe ubusempini intonga uzivile ungcono ubuye uze sithethe sihlambana indumo. Umhlaba wona uyafuneka. Lonke uphansi kwenyawo zethu siyaxoxisana nenkosi. Zeza kwithi sanzwa abantu abangezonto sabhaciswa kunye nazo. Ungathi uzithembe kakhulu. Zilapha kuthi ngoba into emandi zifuna lento siyifunayo. Kuthethwa apha ngokungalungi nongokukwenza kakubi kwe-African National Congress. Chocho ANC ube khona udibanisa izizwe ukwazi into yobana masiyolwani sonke. Noba ke sithe sawubuya saphuma izithebe zethu zamakhaya. Okusalayo singabacinezelwa. Okusalayo uba aba bakhoyo abangobacinezeli yinzala yabacinezeli. Abantu abahambe bayojoyina kuba kuphunyiwe kumcimbi wekhodesa nomcimbi olawulo oludibeneyo bahamba bazenza abalandeli babacinezeli. Abasawuphinde bathenjwe ngabantu belizwe lakokwethu. Mongameli isincedile yamali. Siza kule nto ke kuthiwa yi-service delivery. Ubungayapha eSaldanha uyofika kugcwele amabhokhwe pha eThemba Lihle. Bheka izigidi zamarandi ezayapha. Beqale ngokuthenga ibhokhwe ngemali yabo ye-COVID kunye nemali yabo kaPhesi. Namhlanje kugcwele umhlambi webhokhwe kulalokishi iseSaldanha benganikwa ne-common age leyo bamadliswe ngumasipala wasekwaphaya kula Western Cape. Kuthiwa hayi thina asiyi kwi-peri urban. Imbali entle i-peri urban. Sihamba phaya sibanike izithole. Aba bahlala kuloo mishweshwana yamabala sithi mabatyale bafuye inkukhu. Uhlengenyani phaya eWestern Cape. Mandibuye ndithi kule madlana besinikiwe sizama ukulungisa umonakalo weCovid. Sikwazile u-16,000 hectares uluhlaza kulinyiwe. Ndisathetha ngombona andikathethi ngeziqhamo ezike thina sithi zizityalo. Kuseyigrain yodwa leyo. Uyabo zinkukhu zihagu ziphume kuPhesi. Uyabona ke hayi ungahlupheka nje monashe wasemakhaya. Phaya kwi-G20 sithe sawubeka umcimbi wethu uba senza ntoni nge-rural women. Angakho amakhosikazi apha kwathiwa kwi-G20 masike sinikwe i-standing ovation. Ngeke ke nxa ungandinika apha emakhaya uhlutshwa kuba uyazi uba ndiyayinikwa kwezinye indawo. Kanjalo sixoxe kwathiwa makuzofundwa apha eSouth Africa ukujamelana ne-resistance ye-microbials. Le nto inediphu phakathi. Kwathiwa hayi impilo yemfuyo ikwayimpilo yabantu. Iyiyo ke le nto kuthiwe mayizofundwa apha ngoba sithi sodwa siyazi yonke. Hayi lilizwe lo intlanganiso enkulu kuzwelonke ngaphaya kwemitha. Hayi thetha wena ngoba awunayo indawo yokwenza lo msebenzi, awunarhulumente. Thina sinendawo yokwenza lo msebenzi. Kuba sithe into sizawuyenza, sitsho kuba sinemali, sitsho kuba sinabantu bayo abayifunayo, sitsho kuba sinomhlaba okuyenzela. Lo mcimbi welali sibone kakuhle mongameli. La manani ndiwabizayo okulima ngopesi asezilalini kuphela. Ungatsho eMpumalanga, ungatsho eNorthern Cape, ungatsho siqondene nemihlaba yabantwana begazi. Uyabona ke ngoku kuthethwa kamandi apha kuthiwa kuthetha abantu abangenanto. Bathi bona hayi sizofaka i-SONA panels, sizofaka umbane womoya. Yiyapha kuthi umhlaba ilanga likuthi. Hlala kwezo zindlu zakho edolophini, ilanga likuthi. Hayi thina siyadakasa amasimi ethu azokwegunywa yisola. Izanapha nomali siyotrayina abafazi ngoba banamasimi, banamanxiwa, banemizi. Yonke le nto abona abantu bafuna ukuba nepump yesola ngamasimi abantu. Ngaya noba kuphi, that customary land is available. The hands of our women are available. Ungabikho umuntu ozenza imadam apha bebuza uba awuhlakulanga yinapha, awuhlakulanga yinapha. Kanti yena beyile edolophini. Funa ukuthi ke mongameli, hayi usincedisile. Wayiveza inyaniso yoba kwenziwa ntoni. Kofuneka ke mongameli ubize umhlangano omkhulu owamanani kuphela ngoba ndiyayibona uba le debate it is about numbers and amounts. Kuthiwa hayi abantu balapha bayalamba, abantu balapha bayalamba. Umama we-DA yosuka apha besiseva kunye komitini. Uyayazi into yokubana savumelana kumntwana uqalwe esibelekweni ondliwe. Savumelana uba makondliwe xa selephumile, sangoyise babantwana, sangomakhulu babantwana. Savumelana salga faka utata uStofile ngento yokuba azathi ke kwawuphela awufika esikolweni afika ukutya sekubekwe ngaphambili. Le school nutrition ubheke phambili ufumanisa uba ubujonga ii-graduates ezikhoyo namhlanje ubuyazibuza zaqala ngekhadi likasasa, zakhula kakuhle, zabhadla engqondweni, zazinkcuba buchopho, zinezidanga namhlanje. Xa kuyiwa emtshatweni njengalo sikuwo nathi kuthengwa iloko, inyaniso luze kum ubuyathandabuza. Umuntu othandabuzayo yemananini abantwana banamakhadi kasasa abazizinto ezinkulu abafunda kotyhupha. Thula ngoba unayinto ozoyibeka etafileni.
Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, your time is expired.
Mntawemzini, lesi status i-right ukufa nithathe abantu bakokwethu yeyenu nidakane sithabo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Dutoy. Order, honourable members. Order.
Agbare voorsitter, staatsrede 2023, oninspirerend, repeterend en deurspek met halwe waarhede en uitvoering met die realiteit van die algemene Suid-Afrikaner. 'n Belediging vir alle hardwerkende mense wat die verlammende effek van beerdkrag, uitsluitende rasgebaseerde ekonomiese beleide so swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en die nagevolge van swak deurdenke COVID-regulasies en werkloosheid moes trotseer. Ten minste moes ons nie hierdie jaar hoor van die president se drome van slim stede terwyl die gemiddelde Suid-Afrikaner onder die broodlyn leef nie. Vermoedelik het die president se sprokieskrywer hierdie jaar besef dat daardie droom nie meer verkoop kan word in 'n land wat 'n krimpende ekonomie en kragloosheid moet deurstaan nie. Vir Suid-Afrika om reggeruk te word, het ons nodig om God in ons beplanning, ons implementering en deurvoering as ook die erkenning van sukses te ken. We all have a responsibility to ourselves, our constituents, our political parties, and to God. God entrusted us with the responsibility to govern this country truthfully and faithfully. And is this what our constituents see? Is this what the citizens see? No. The ANC removed God from this parliament. History has proven that when government turns his back on God, God removes them from governance. I'm quoting Daniel 2 verse 21. He changes times and seasons. He disposes kings and raises up others. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to the discerning. How many times have you forsaken the country in favor of your own party's agenda, Mr. President? It's time that you realize that your responsibility is to the citizens and not to the oppressive ideology and the oppressive political party that you serve. The Lord does not sleep. Die disrespectvolle wyse waarop vanjaar se staatsrede afgeskop het, nadat die speaker 'n tongknoop gehad het, het die totale afwesigheid van respek en erkenning aan God in hierdie huis teweeggebring, wat ontaard het in totale chaos van die proses daarna. Chair, I do want to focus on one important point. The fact that the President and its government has the audacity to take any form of credit by insinuating that the hope that the people of this country has is as a result of this government. That is not the truth. Your arrogance is your biggest enemy, Mr. President. Even your own constituents have lost faith in you. Mesmerizing them will not help anymore. You predictably focused on apartheid during your speech as the go-to scapegoat for all the disasters that your government brought about. You insult the intelligence of South Africans who know that your government systematically broke down all state-owned entities, including Eskom. During the Anglo-Boer War, when the English fought the Afrikaners, we were put in concentration camps, the Afrikaners as well as the Africans. And we were deprived of freedoms, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of mother tongue education, and even freedom of life. It sounds like the new South Africa where you preach about a better life for all. Non-racialism, non-sexism, race-based legislation and quota systems prove the opposite in practice, Mr. President. Legislation like this is imposed to leave people behind and benefit the politically connected. You even strive to impose the English language as the only medium of instruction in schools, thereby forsaking the majority of South Africans. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het keer op keer op die vorige staatsrede op hierdie podium gestaan en die gemaan om te luister na die hulpkrete van Suid-Afrikaners. Ons het die gemaan om aksie te gee, om in te tree teenoor misdaad, plaasmoorde, dit as prioriteite te hanteer. U het jouself doof gehou. President 2020, 2021 en 2022, kidula kwamo, kikupila wena gehoutla sintle, levula sitsebe. By u doof gebly, president, het nie gereageer nie. Nie u of die regering het die reg om krediet te neem vir Suid-Afrika se sukses nie. Ons Suid-Afrikaners het die hoop. Ons is die voorbeeld van hoop en stel dit daagliks aan die wêreld. Meneer die president, ons sal nie u slagoffers wees nie. Ons sal aanhou glo werk en floreer, nie as gevolg van die regering nie, maar ten spyte van hierdie regering. In closing, Chair, vir te lank was mense polities korrek met sagte woordjies, genoeg is genoeg. Ons voldoen beter as onvervulde beloftes wat hierdie regering vir ons bied. Suid-Afrika verdien beter as die ANC regering. Ons verdien 'n regering met waardes wat glo in 'n drie-enige God, wat sy mense eerste stel. Ons neem eienaarskap van ons toekoms. Ons is die toekoms. Ons Suid-Afrika is die hoop. Dankie voorsitter.
Dankie. The next speaker is the Honourable Hendricks.
Honourable House Chair, it was a signature moment of my political career when the Commander-in-Chief told the media, we voted for Al-Jamaa. That is leadership, nurturing a young kid from Soweto, who is now the executive mayor of the city of Johannesburg, His Worship, Alderman Imam Abubakar Tepelo Ahmed. Our own President Ramaphosa said in this house, I will cheer for Al-Jamaa, and the Chief Whip has continued to honor his pledge. By the way, President Ramaphosa is also my official photographer when I visit the State House in Swani. The leader of the Patriotic Alliance settled the challenges in electing a mayor for the city of Johannesburg when he told a rival mayoral candidate, Maase kind, let Al-Jamaa lead us. At the State Memorial Service, the Premier of Gauteng embraced us and surprised me when he said, Al-Jamaa, please lead us. On the eve of the 2021 municipal elections, the late Jesse Duarte, may Allah grant her the Jannat, said ANC members will vote for Al-Jamaa, but the IEC later extended deadline, so it wasn't necessary. In Bushbuck Ridge, the Minister of Justice wants Al-Jamaa to come and lead there as well because the residents want to return to the Kruger National Park and live amongst the lions. Minister Kapa, which we heard earlier on, came to visit my constituent in Mitchell's Plain, but then she gave a fishing vessel for the residents of Mapami village near Umtata. The Minister of Social Welfare wants to help my constituency in Mitchell's Plain because the women there have lost their jobs in the clothing industry, and she wants to restore that. So Al-Jamaa is not ANC light. The chairman of the ANC told us once, you moaned and groaned about the Muslim marriages bill that we can't get it right. Why don't you draw up one yourself? And we have done so now. Al-Jamaa expected to hear in the SONA that South Africans must go out in their numbers to commemorate Al-Aqsa. Supporting this commemoration is close to many South Africans who are against the occupation in Palestine and Western Sahara, so well articulated by the Deputy Minister of International Relations. Listeners to this SONA debate must come out in their tens of millions to support South African rugby for cancelling the Tel Aviv Heat of Mandela's Mazanji Challenge, a big rugby event, and face up to the Israel lobby group in South Africa. Questions are going to be asked this Ramadan, Honourable President, about the events leading to the Concord judgment, and I quote from the judgment, the President and the Cabinet failed in their constitutional responsibility to put in place legislation to recognize a Sharia marriage, which we call a nikah. Also, the President and the Cabinet failed to give Muslim wives access to the divorce court just because they were married in a mosque. The Imam Harun family were some of the victims of the non-recognition of the nikah, and after being tortured to death with a 10-pound hammer for assisting resistant fighters in South Africa, especially Appala and MK comrades. When Imam Abdullah Harun was detained and tortured to death, which held incommunicado for 123 days, his wife and children were victims of the non-recognition of the nikah during the apartheid era. After the Imam's cruel death at the hands of the security branch, his wife and kids became homeless. They lost their assets because of the non-recognition of the nikah during apartheid. And this is still the case with many families in South Africa, because like the apartheid government failed Muslim wives, the present government has done the same. But there is hope, because I've been invited to join the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs to meet the Minister of Home Affairs, and I hope President Ramaphosa will join me so that we can sort
Honourable
out this
Member,
anomaly.
your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mente.
Enkosi House Chair, mandibulise umongameli, Chief Whip, CCT members, and the ground forces of the emancipation movement for the economic freedom in our lifetime. Chairperson, there is no greater tragedy in this country than the complete disregard for the well-being of safety and advancement of women demonstrated by this administration of Mr. Ramaphosa. House Chair, in 2012-2013 financial year, which was midway through the Zuma administration, there were 60,888 reported sexual offenses in this country. Over the following years, the number was reduced to over 49,000. But by the end of 2016-17 financial year, all those numbers changed. They became worse when Mr. Ramaphosa took over in 2018. By 2021-2022 financial year, there were over 53,000 reported cases of sexual assault in this country. In terms of governance and in terms of prioritization of violent crimes against women, there is something that this current administration is getting so horribly wrong. House Chair, just between April and June 2022, there were 11,855 cases of reported sexual assaults in this country, and there were 9,516 cases of reported rapes. In the same period, of 800 women were murdered. 1,200 survived the attempted murder attacks. 1,100 were assaulted with grievously bodily harm. Was there anyone arrested? 0. Replying to our question last year, Minister Cele indicated that the police investigation into the much publicized brutal murder of Namhla Mthwa in Mthatha Eastern Cape had reached a dead end. And there was nothing more the police could do to trace and arrest those who ordered the murder of this young woman. This is despite actual evidence of long periods of violence, of abuse that she endured in the hands of her erstwhile boyfriend, Major Begizu. Nothing happened to him. Namhla's case is not an isolated case. It is one of thousands of cases of brutal murder, rape, assault, and exploitation of women that were swept under the carpet by this current administration. As we have seen now, ilusikisiki Eastern Cape is #1 with rape crimes. But unfortunately, Chief Whip of the ANC, even the strategy you just employed today of deploying 8 of the ANC speakers from the Eastern Cape in your 15, it did not help. They did not provide any tangible solution. This is so because some of the biggest enablers and perpetrators of these crimes sit here with us. Some occupy senior positions in government and use the control they have over the state's resources to escape accountability. We have just seen how Mr. Begika is standing up here and unashamedly weaponizing GBV to score only cheap politics. Tomorrow is going to be one of us. The violence against women has taken a toll. Now it's in the boardrooms. Women are subjected to sleep with me, you will get a job. Sleep with me, you will be admitted to the university. Nothing happens to such perverts. The continued marginalization of women in almost all sectors of the economy is a manifestation of non-physical form of violence against women. House Chair, various studies over the past 2 decades have indicated that women-headed households are more likely to be poor in relation to male-headed households. This is because, in general, women are paid far less than their counterparts. As recent as 2020, Stats SA inequality trends reported and indicated that women earned on average 30% less than men doing the same job. The Gender Pay Group report of the National Business Initiative released in 2021 also confirmed the same. We all know that this is true, but is there something that's going to happen? Zero. The EFF has consistently advanced the cause of women emancipation since our formation. Mr. Ramaphosa stood here and said absolutely nothing against fighting GBV. What hope when his party has destroyed the future of our children, particularly girl children, who now know they can't walk the streets of South Africa without being in fear? What must happen? We urgently need a Parliament Joint Committee on GBVF to provide parliamentary oversight over the problem of GBVF. Because if the police do not account to a body, nothing is ever going to happen to the women who die. They will never, ever get justice. But that will be very difficult. And the nice thing is that I'm now presided over by the House Chair who is responsible for committees. The problem we have here, we have a bloodthirsty speaker who unleashed special security forces to beat up women. I'm evidence of that today standing here. That is why we call for the removal of the Speaker of this House.
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat, please? Honourable Member, will you take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising? I can't hear the Honourable Member if you interject.
Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order that the member on the podium has used an unparliamentary language, that the speaker is bloodthirsty.
Okay. Order, Honourable Members. Order. Honourable Members, I will check the Hansard recording. The table staff will assist me. And if necessary, I will make a ruling in that regard. Please continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Children are kidnapped on a daily basis and they never come back home alive. There is no solution from Minister of the Police. We need a competent Minister of Police and a competent National Commissioner to take over. The crime in this country has escalated to the levels that are uncontrollable. We need a specialized and empowered unit in each and every police station to focus on sexual crimes and GBV. We need to get rid of the NDPP, who is not doing anything to prosecute our perpetrators. The bottom line, however, is that Mr. Ramaphosa, if you have failed these women of this country, but it was worse, you failed your own domestic worker, who was assaulted by the men you sent to go and investigate the crime of Palapal. You failed to intervene when the xenophobic MEC of Health in Limpopo humiliated a sick woman whose only sin was because she was a Zimbabwean. But you come here and talk Africa intra-trade. Is going to happen where? When we don't allow our sisters to come and get the services in this South Africa. But mandini cebise apha abafazi abaphansi komasipala waseJohannesburg phansi ko-MEC o-capable Dr. Mgcinichwako asoze baphinde baquthelwa ama-apile wabo neswiti zabo abazithengisa ecaleni kwestrato ngenxa yobana akukho nto yenziwayo ngugovernment kuhlukunyezwa sebehlukumezekile. Bafazi nabantwana baseJohannesburg jongani kwi-EFF asoze niphinde ningathengisi nibeke isonke etafuleni for abantwana benu. Minister of Small Business, you try to shine, but kubi abafazi ndithwe Eastern Cape apho usuka khona akhona endawo eyodwa kwezi dolophu zincinci ene-shelter yothengisela okwe-apile. Bakwazi ubeka isonke etafuleni, abakwazi ubeka isaluni, abakwazi ubeka i-barber shop, abakwazi ukwenza i-car wash. Ukhona Minister of Small Business, khawenza icebo noko makubonakala ubukhona. Nge-20 kaMarch, everyone in South Africa were shutting down the country, not only for electricity, for all the crimes that have been perpetuated against innocent girls and children. Amandla!
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Malatsi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Many South Africans are really sick and tired of being mesmerized with poetic phrases about hope. They are frustrated about being rallied to be resilient when their lives are a daily struggle for survival. They no longer need stories enticing them to reimagine the future when they live in despair. Because for many South Africans, the hardships that they endure daily are inflicted by the ANC government. According to the quarterly labor force survey for Q3 in 2022, 11.2 million South Africans are unemployed. 10.2 million young people between the ages of 15 and 20 are not in employment, education, or training. They lack the skills or the qualification that will give them a chance of ever finding a job in their lifetime. This is the greatest betrayal of a generation of young people. And it's scary that crime stats show that every day between July and September 2022, 76 people were murdered. All of us, perhaps except those who live in the comfort of VIP protectors, live in fear of criminals who are not even scared of law enforcement authorities. Mr. President, many South Africans work hard to provide for their families and to protect their loved ones from harm. All they need is for the government to do its job and to do it very well. All the people of Giyani, Polokwane, Phalaborwa, and every other community that often goes for days or even months without water need is clean running water when they open their taps. They are not asking for miracles. They are just asking for the government to get the basics right. They look to you for leadership, sir, and they look to you for solutions. They look to you for compassion for their suffering. And while all of us in this house have a responsibility to deliver on the promise of the Constitution, you, sir, carry the largest weight of that responsibility. Yet every time you consistently miss the opportunity to show you care for the country than you do for the state of your dying party. We have become a nation defined by potholes that punctuate our streets due to the neglect of road infrastructure. Navigate those potholes if Nkuankua and between Makado and Toyando is a daily life-threatening mission. And for those of us who bear the misfortune of living in villages and townships under ANC government, access to basic service delivery is really a gruesome gymnastics adventure. This is the reality for millions of South Africans. While to many of you in the executive, this is not your struggle, because you live in the luxury of ministerial houses with free water, free electricity, and lately free generators with free diesel, while the rest of us grapple with load shedding. You have become shameless political tourists in villages and townships, only popping up to feign some opportunistic compassion during campaigning. Mr. President, that is really the greatest betrayal of our rainbow nation. Ke a ipotša gore na a le swabe na ge le bona mmasepala e dira leemaema ba thiba di-pothole ka mabu ge go etela di-ministera mola ba sena le tšona gare ga nako. Do you have no shame whatsoever when municipalities scramble to fill potholes and clear roads ahead of your visits while they neglect them during the year? Your party's failure in local government has unleashed the most ruthless assault on the dignity of poor South Africans. And to the chief whip of the ANC, who claims that no one has been left behind, well, here are the facts. You have left behind millions of young people in the despair of unemployment. The policies of your party has left thousands of entrepreneurs with shattered dreams due to the closure of their businesses due to load shedding. And to the Minister of Police, are you not ashamed about gossiping about the consensual marital affairs of adults when women are being killed daily in South Africa? When women are looking to you for leadership, sir? And if you so much cared about gender-based violence, why have you or your party not said anything about the arrest of one of your members of parliament for murdering his wife? To Minister Ngungubele, who is a senior minister in government, yet cannot tell the difference between municipal and national government functions. The reality is that police functions, sir, are the responsibility of national government. And this is why we are pushing so hard for the devolution of police powers, because you don't know what to do with them. And to the Premier of KZN, you have no credibility whatsoever speaking about local government, because you have a mayor in Durban who cares more about his non-existent Amapiano career than service delivery. And to the Minister of Energy, can you imagine being so useless that they have to appoint someone to do your job, yet they must send you to the stage to defend it? The so-called self-professed tiger has no claws and has been relegated to a glorified ice boy at the Ministry of Energy with the introduction of the Ministry of Electricity. And to Honorable Nkadimeng, the former mayor of Polokwane, Auswabi Naamar, Reoboli mayor of Polokwane, Metse Minchikwa Polokwane, Tropong Limahayeng, Dibe Dillaka Metse, Legani Bialo, Metse is Alevotata, Mara Honagotamoto Sasanka or Bojaka di Trelo Chidiang Chabi. But the contrast is clear. For those communities who experience the DA government, they know the quality of life is better where the DA governs. Right now, the people of Umgeni can testify that life is getting better under the mayoralty of Chris Papas. They now know that the DA appoints municipal workers who are fit for purpose in a fair and transparent manner, unlike in the past where jobs were reserved for ANC cadres. The people of Umgeni now know how it feels to have a government that truly cares about vulnerable residents. Since coming to power, Mayor Papas and his team have increased the basket of free basic services and the number of households receiving indigent support assistance in the municipality from just over 100 to 3,050 in this day. And right here in Cape Town, Mayor Hill Lewis is leading a revolution in infrastructure investment worth 120 billion that will be the foundation for economic growth in the city for the next 10 years. Over 3 billion has been budgeted for major capacity upgrades at Potsdam, Zandvliet, Athlone, Makassar, and renovating the Belleville wastewater works. In order to secure Cape Town's water security and to protect the city from the risk of future droughts, the city is now investing 5 billion to introduce 300 megaliters per day of new water by 2030. In all these examples, these are DA mayors who are demonstrating daily how good governance and leading with compassion delivers quality services that restores the dignity of communities. From small acts such as cleaning public spaces to big projects such as massive investment in sewage infrastructure, they are showcasing DA government's uplift communities. So, if you are a resident in a village or in a township that to this day does not have water, use your power and vote for a government that cares in 2024. If you are a victim of gender-based violence who is yet to get justice because of government's slow processing of DNA samples, use your power and vote for a government that cares. And if you are an entrepreneur who has retrenched staff and ultimately closed their business because of load shedding, use your power and vote for a government that believes in supporting entrepreneurs. Let's use our power to vote these political scammers
Honourable Member, your
and
time is
restore
now
our country
expired.
on the path for
Thank you.
prosperity. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable House Chairperson, I wasn't aware that the Honourable Member is done. Congratulations. And maybe let me start with wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. President, Deputy President, and John. Can I call you John? Is it fine for the speech? No? Okay. Over the weekend, I spent time with a group of about 100 young leaders from universities, community and TVET colleges at Robben Island for the inaugural Mandela Sobukwe Leadership Retreat. The focus for this retreat was to illustrate the significance of our history, our constitution, leadership, entrepreneurial and innovation skills. For many of these young people, it was their first time on the island. It was a learning experience for all of us as we explored the challenges raised by you, Mr. President, during your State of the Nation address. These young leaders were asked to have a conversation with an ideal duo, Mandela and Sobukwe, about the State of the Nation address and about what their most treasured dreams are. One of the groups responded by declaring, and I quote, "We still staying, I hope, to find peace with ourselves, to use our teachings to better the future, to create jobs and wealth for all, to be able to stand on our own, to live in a world free of hate, to be known past our borders for greater things," close quote. These are not young people who are oblivious to the challenges that we face as a nation. They are alive to the challenges of unemployment, electricity crisis, water and infrastructure deficiencies, corruption, and the scarce and roaming ghosts we inherited from our past. However, they want to see this parliament seize with discussing solutions and these problems as opposed to squandering every opportunity presented for us to exchange counsel. These young people across the gender, racial and political spectrum left the island on Sunday with the resolve that their vision is to work for a South Africa of their dreams. Your State of the Nation address, President, as it should be, carried both criticism but praise. Without doubt, it inspired hope that the foundation of a future South Africa can only be built by the dreams of Madiba and Sobukwe and the dreams of those whom the torch was handed over to. Listening to the debate this year of the State of the Nation address, one wished that some of the leaders here today would have exchanged counsel with the young people who found themselves in the island, particularly the leader of the opposition and also the leader of the EFF. Every year, for the past 5 years or so, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, convince a few dignitaries and pals to rabble about the DA's so-called true state of the nation. And as usual, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, did not disappoint. We are ready to govern, he said, only if the people can stop believing in the ANC. When the DA governs, he said, we govern better. And this is the most fascinating one, as noted by Honorable Gungubele and Honorable Premier of KZN. The DA propaganda machinery has convinced itself and Twitter followers of the account of Helen Zille that wherever they govern better. The big lie, and they keep on keeping this lie, even at the risk of looking ridiculous. On the day of the true State of the Nation address, and this morning, John, Honorable Steenhuisen here, bragged about the municipalities that they govern at, starting with their golden goose, which is Cape Town, and he left short, he felt short of mentioning their boogeyman, the city of Tshwane. This is because on that day, pressure was mounting from the DA coalition partners to boot out the fourth mayor of the DA in that city in just 6 years. Solim Singman was the first, with a scandal of 12 billion allegedly awarded to Glad Africa without following due process. The second was Stephen Mkhalapa, who was caught munching the scone of a colleague in the office, Nagamorogo. The third one was Abel Tau, who resigned because the DA was not black like him, and found a home in Herman Mashaba's Action SA. Then there is this last one, Randall Williams. Adverse findings by the Auditor General of South Africa, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Sewers have not been maintained properly in the last few years in Tshwane. Waste has not been collected in some areas for the last few weeks. A looming scandal for a 40 billion unsolicited bid for renewable energy is about to come out. Withdrawal by the fleet management company from the city because they failed to pay that fleet management company. But even worse, you think it gets worse. In November last year, the city itself failed to pay the salaries of the workers in the city of Tshwane. But Tshwane is not the only pinnacle of the DA's failure. In Modimolle Mokgopong, where I come from, the DA has effectively run the municipality down by enabling the looting of public resources and glaring state capture by a group of businesses allegedly linked to the DA mayor. Yes, the city of eThekwini has fixed some of the beaches that were not operational over the festive season, and more beaches will be opened in a few weeks in that particular city. But here in Cape Town, the beaches remain the preserve of white patrons through systemic exclusion and racial profiling. Where the DA governs, the Group Areas Act of Governing has effectively been restored, with the DA mostly servicing their constituencies, much to the neglect of black communities. I challenge the mayor of Cape Town to make public how much business goes to black-owned companies compared to white companies in this particular city. This morning, I heard echoes of P.W. Botha in 1985 when John here, Honorable Steenhuisen, spoke of crossing the Rubicon. And yes, the DA should cross the Rubicon because the DA is no home for black and leaders who are women precisely because they are non-compliant. Ask Lindiwe Mazibuko, ask Mbalin Tuli, ask Pumzile Van Dam, who joined the DA with the hope that they have crossed the Rubicon. And yet, they were the ones who were crossed by the DA. I also noticed, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen, that you didn't mention Ekurhuleni in your praise of the cities where the DA govern. Precisely because under the DA, things have gotten so worse that it would even be ridiculous to blame the ANC. The DA is nothing but a pretender to the throne, even on our worst day. And yes, we've had those kind of days where we're at our worst, but we are correcting those particular days. But even in those worst days, you will never even be considered as our alternative, especially under you, John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. You represent the past that has packaged itself into a new repentant. That is why on the day of the State of the Nation, you wanted to even wet yourself, trying to appease both traditional constituency of the DA by behaving civil, prompt and proper, and yet wanted to steal the attention that the EFF was getting through sympathies by wanting to appeal to the Speaker to be considerate. This wobble of yours, this jelly politics, this ideological flexibility, this spineless stances on the same issues, this opportunism is exactly why Tony Leon and Helen Zille are leading the DA through the window. You've called for politicians who are upright, ethical, and morally uncompromised. And maybe you have ticked all these boxes, but that can only take you this far and no further. We need leaders who know that marching to the head office of another political party instead of marching to ESCOM is nothing but provocation. But it is also demonstrate the signs of someone panicking, because in case you didn't know, the DA has an elective conference, and some DA leaders wannabe are raising their little paws and wanting to contest John, the Honorable Steenhuisen. I hope to see you back here, John, Honorable Steenhuisen, after your elective conference, and probably sitting there at the back where you deserve to be, because, you know, the DA also need howlers in this house. On a more serious note, this year the NSFAS has confirmed funding for close to 1.2 million students, and yes, there have been delays, and some parents were anxious, but our Minister Nzimande, has been working around the clock to ensure that registration goes smoothly in all of these campuses. All students who have received messages from the NSFAS that confirms that they are provisionally funded should go to their institutions to register. Those who are waiting for appeals should wait a little bit longer, and we have appealed to institutions to actually be considerate. This year, Honorable Malema, enrollments at universities have reached close to 1.2 million students. And of course, yes, I agree with you, we need to be expanding the higher education sector. But we've done quite a lot, from a measly 400,000 in 1994, and very few of those were black and women, to now 1.2 million in universities. I think you must agree that the doors of learning and teaching are busting open. The NSFAS is celebrating its 30th anniversary, from a little kit of a few millions soon. Students' funding will be reaching close to 50 billion, with 90% of TVET students being funded. And in response, President, to the COVID-19 crisis, you have, of course, set up the economic recovery plan, and through this plan, infrastructure has been built. We have built a new paradigm for energy, implementing an employment stimulus to create jobs and support livelihoods, providing renewed support to growth businesses, and fast-tracking reform measures for a competitive and also inclusive economy. We believe that with specific interventions to save jobs and to create more, our economy is actually grinding further. This means more boots on the ground and also food on the table. Earlier this month, we lost Nontokozo Xaba, a student at SONA University of Technology, allegedly at the hands of his ex-boyfriend, Ncebo Chusi. Gender-based violence is a serious scourge in our society, and in our institutions of learning, through policy and institutional reforms, we're tirelessly working to deal with this scourge. We need young men to unlearn some of the practices, traditional, religious, and cultural, which reinforces toxic masculinity and makes them believe that they are entitled to the women vagina. Because that's what the problem is, the entitlement of young men in our campuses, but also in our community. We're doing this in honor of Uina Mkhachwana of UCT, Nositelo Mtebeleni of Fort Hare, Zolile Kumal of MUT, Precious Ramabulana of Capricorn TVET College, Takalani Mbulungeni of Univen, Asitandile Zozo of Vets, who lost their lives on our campuses. Over the course of the weekend, the EFF-CIC was addressing one of the important gatherings here in the Western Cape. And before then, I hear Honorable Tele that apparently there's a plot to kill Honorable Shivambo. I mean, you've listened to him speaking here. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. In this important gathering, the EFF-CIC started attacking the Xhosa culture of male initiation, disguising this attack as an attack on our Secretary General, Honorable Fikile Mbalula. He went further to mention our SG's qualifications, that he doesn't have posterior knowledge. You know, in the EFF, posterior knowledge is very important. As long as you can say, hail to our leader, you have posterior knowledge. Oh, superior knowledge, sorry. One of our universities have granted Mr. Malema a master's degree, which is a thing that we should celebrate. But having a master's degree should heighten our reasoning abilities and not resort to intimidate our opponents. It should teach us that to argue, it should teach us that we should argue with our brains and not our fists. That we should read more and engage and not intimidate or be personal. What Honorable Malema did here today, in response of the State of the Nation address, was to say pala pala and then read out a poster of the EFF about the march that they're having in some time in the future. That's all. Probably that's a good master's degree that he has. But we must say that bullies and stormtroopers of the opposition have only mastered one thing: debate should never be given a chance. A master's degree should teach us that in order to lead, we should listen to those whom we disagree instead of raising frivolous points of order. For the record, Honorable Mbalula was not elected because of when he went to the mountain or in all of those things. And by the way, I was here with you, Julius. Some of the facts, you are twisting them a bit, but let's leave it for another day. But if it's the criteria in the EFF as to when did someone go to the mountain or not, we wonder how did some people make it into the EFF leadership. Mehmet Buran Indian quipped that, and I quote, "A silver-tongued charlatan and a half-wit society are made for each other. When these two come together in an election, a great disaster happens. Charlatan comes to power." It would take beyond a century for a charlatan to come to power, Mr. Malema. More than a century. Mr. President, that throne that you occupy, never a charlatan, never a loudmouth, never a blabber or a gossip, never a turncoat, never a paper tiger should ever consider sitting there, red or blue. Malema or Steenhuisen, the honorables. Since ours is not a half-wit society, they will demonstrate at the polls next year that only the ANC lives, only the ANC leads, and only the ANC will live longer than all of them. And for the rest of the joke, I don't know if you know nursery rhymes. An old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had some cows, E-I-E-I-O. One of them was blue and one of them was red, E-I-E-I-O. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, honorable members. Order. Order. Please settle down. Honorable members, earlier today, a point of order was raised by Honorable Malema regarding the remarks made by the Minister of Police, Honorable Tele, relating to Honorable Steenhuisen. I now wish to deal with that matter before we adjourn. Members of Parliament enjoy, as members know, the constitutional right of freedom of speech. This freedom may be limited by rules of Parliament. In terms of the Joint Rule 14P, quote, no member shall use offensive or unbecoming language, close quote. Any statement or remark that impairs the dignity of a member to whom it is directed or affronts that member's honor will be regarded as unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. Similarly, any derogatory or insulting remarks of a personal or hurtful nature that are clearly intended to give offense would be considered unparliamentary in terms of Joint Rule 14P. The allegation made by Honorable Cele that the Honorable Steenhuisen abused a young woman is unparliamentary as it implies allegation of an offensive nature and impairs the dignity and honor of Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable members, it must be mentioned that although statements in relation to non-members are not unparliamentary per se, members must avoid as much as possible during the course of the debate mentioning people outside of Parliament who are not in position to immediately reply or defend themselves. Further repeating of offensive remarks that affect the dignity of a non-member does not add value to the decorum of the House or the quality of the debate. At this point, I must indicate that Honorable Cele had already sent a message that he wishes to withdraw and apologize for the remarks he made. This was before I received a letter from the DA on the same matter. I now recognize Honorable Minister Cele. Please proceed.
I withdraw.
Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the sitting for today, and that concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned until tomorrow.